Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Potter Paradox, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if every dragon in Britain felt Harry's pain at age 5 and the entire species surrounded Privet Drive demanding justice? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1. The dragons descend the cupboard under the stairs at number 4. Privet Drive was silent except for the tiny, hitching breaths of a 5-year-old boy. Harry Potter curled into himself on the thin, stained mattress, trying desperately not to make any sound that might attract his uncle's attention again. His glasses lay broken beside him, and fresh bruises bloomed across his small body beneath oversized hand-me-downs. Freak, Vernon had spat hours earlier when Harry had accidentally dropped a plate while washing dishes. That single broken dish had unleashed Vernon's worst rage yet. Harry clutched his ribs where Vernon's kick had landed. Something felt wrong inside, more painful than usual. Each breath sent sharp pains through his chest. His left eye had swollen shut, and dried blood crusted beneath his nose. "I'll be good," he whispered to himself, a desperate promise to no one. "I'll be good next time." Tears leaked down his cheeks as he struggled to find a position that didn't hurt. The pain grew worse, not better, with each passing minute. Harry didn't understand that one of his broken ribs had punctured something inside him. He only knew he'd never hurt this badly before. Deep beneath his skin, something ancient stirred. Magic older than Hogwarts itself, older even than Merlin, awoke within the small boy's DNA. While Lily and James Potter had died too young to discover it, the Potter bloodline carried a dormant ability passed down through generations, waiting for the right conditions to manifest. Tonight, those conditions arrived. Harry's suffering reached critical mass, and magic that had slumbered for centuries began to pulse outward from his trembling body. In the darkness of the cupboard, Harry felt a sudden warmth in his chest, a counterpoint to the sharp pain. The sensation bloomed outward, running through his veins like liquid fire that didn't burn. His tears slowed as the strange feeling intensified. "What's happening?" he whispered, momentarily forgetting his injuries. Miles away, in the mountains of Wales, an ancient Welsh green dragon named Nightfang jerked awake from a deep slumber. The great beast's emerald scales rippled as he raised his massive head, nostrils flaring. Something had disturbed his rest, a distress call unlike anything he'd felt before. Pain. Fear. A child's suffering. But not just any child. Nightfang stretched his wings and rose to his full height, 30 feet of gleaming scales and ancient magic. The feeling pulled at him like a physical force, demanding action. Without hesitation, the dragon launched himself into the night sky, wings beating powerfully as he headed southeast. Similar scenes played out across Britain. In the Hebrides, a cluster of black dragons abandoned their hunting grounds. From the remote peaks of Scotland, sleek silvery blue dragons took flight. Even the fiercest Hungarian horntail in the Welsh Dragon Preserve broke free of her enclosure, leaving bewildered dragon keepers scrambling in her wake. Charlie Weasley, a promising young dragon handler, stared in disbelief as every dragon in the Welsh sanctuary suddenly took to the skies. "What in Merlin's name?" he breathed, dropping the feeding bucket he'd been carrying. His supervisor, Gareth Hughes, ran up beside him, face pale in the moonlight. "Weasley. What's happening?" "I've no idea. They're all just leaving." Charlie's wand was already out, casting tracking spells on the disappearing dragons. The magical signatures glowed briefly before streaming toward the same destination. "They're heading southeast," Charlie said, frowning. "All of them. Together." Gareth's weathered face creased with concern. "In 30 years, I've never seen anything like this. We need to follow them." "Surrey." Charlie read the coordinates from his tracking spell. "What's in Surrey that would interest dragons?" In the Ministry of Magic, alarms began blaring throughout the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Magical detection instruments spun wildly, registering unprecedented dragon activity across Britain. Amos Diggory, working late at his desk, jumped to his feet as red lights flashed through the office. The monitoring map on the wall showed dozens of dragon markers converging toward a single point in southern England. Merlin's beard, he gasped, recognizing the area. That's a Muggle suburb. He scrambled to the Fleur network, throwing powder into the flames. Minister Fudge's office, emergency, he called. Cornelius Fudge had been enjoying a late brandy when his fireplace flared green. The Minister of Magic nearly spilled his drink at Diggory's panicked face in the flames. Minister. Every dragon in Britain is heading toward a Muggle area. Little whinging in Surrey. What? Impossible. Fudge spluttered. The instruments don't lie, sir. We need to activate the emergency response team immediately. Fudge set down his glass with a shaking hand. Contact the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. And get Dumbledore. Back in the cupboard under the stairs, Harry felt the strange warmth growing stronger. His pain seemed distant now, secondary to the humming energy filling his small body. Without knowing why, he found himself moving toward the cupboard door. For the first time in his young life, Harry didn't fear Vernon's reaction. Something powerful was coming. Something that would help him. The cupboard door swung open without him touching it. Harry stepped into the hallway, moving with purpose despite his injuries. The front door likewise opened at his approach, and Harry walked out into the cool night air of Privet Drive. He stood on the immaculate lawn, face turned upward to the star-filled sky. Blood still stained his oversized shirt, but Harry felt no fear. Only certainty. They were coming. The first sign was a distant roar that echoed across the suburban neighborhood. Then came the beating of powerful wings, a sound so alien to little whinging that lights began flicking on in surrounding houses. Nightfang arrived first, his massive form casting a shadow over the entire street as he circled once before landing with surprising grace in the park across from number 4. The ancient dragon's eyes fixed immediately on the small boy standing on the lawn. Child of pain, the dragon rumbled in a language Harry somehow understood perfectly, though it wasn't English. We have felt your suffering. Harry stared in wonder, pain momentarily forgotten. You're a dragon. I am Nightfang, eldest of the Welsh Greens, the creature confirmed. Your pain called to us, young speaker. All of us. As if on cue, more dragons appeared in the night sky. A sleek Hebridean black landed beside Nightfang, its purple eyes glinting in the moonlight. Then came 3 common Welsh Greens, smaller than Nightfang but still enormous compared to the houses of Privet Drive. Lights were on in every house now. Curtains twitched as terrified neighbors peered out at the impossible scene unfolding on their ordinary street. The door to number 4 banged open, and Vernon Dursley stormed out in his dressing gown, face purple with rage. Boy! What have you? His words died in his throat as he finally registered the massive creature surrounding his home. Vernon's face drained of all color as Nightfang swung his massive head toward him, nostrils flaring with smoke. Is this the one who hurt you, young speaker? The dragon asked, eyes narrowing dangerously. Harry nodded, suddenly finding his voice. My uncle. He hits me a lot. Today was the worst. A fierce Hungarian horntail landed directly in front of Vernon, her tail whipping dangerously close to his face. Her name was Emberscale, though Harry didn't know this yet. This male has damaged a dragon speaker, she snarled, advancing a step that cracked the pavement beneath her claws. The ancient penalty for such crime is fire. Vernon Dursley, faced with a furious dragon, did what any reasonable person would do. He fainted dead away on his front step. More dragons continued to arrive, perching on rooftops, in gardens, and on the street itself. An iridescent Antipodean opali landed gently beside Harry, her pearly scales shimmering in the moonlight. Unlike the others, she lowered her head to Harry's level, eyes filled with concern rather than rage. You're hurt, little one, she said softly. I am Cloudwing. May I help you? Harry nodded, captivated by her beauty and gentleness. The dragon exhaled a soft, pearlescent mist that enveloped Harry briefly. Where it touched his skin, the pain receded. The inner wounds are beyond my healing, Cloudwing said. You need wizard healers. By now, the dragons had created a perimeter around Privet Drive. Some residents had tried fleeing in their cars, only to find the roads blocked by massive, fire-breathing guardians. Panic spread through Little Whinging as the impossible reality of dragons in suburban Surrey sank in. The first Aurors arrived with a series of sharp cracks. 5 ministry wizards appeared at the end of the street, wands drawn, then froze at the sight before them. Merlin's balls, whispered Auror John Dawlish. There must be 30 dragons here. His colleague, Kingsley Shacklebolt, assessed the situation with remarkable calm. Nobody cast any spells. Dragons are resistant to magic and highly aggressive when threatened. What's the protocol for this? A younger Auror asked, voice cracking. There isn't one, Kingsley replied grimly. Nothing like this has ever happened. More cracks announced additional arrivals. Amos Diggory appeared with a team from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Behind them came Cornelius Fudge himself, looking completely out of his depth in a pinstriped cloak thrown hastily over his nightclothes. Containment is our priority, Fudge announced, trying to sound authoritative despite his obvious fear. We need to get these dragons back to their reservations before the Muggles. His words were cut short by the arrival of yet another wizard, Albus Dumbledore, who appeared without a sound at the edge of the gathering. The headmaster's usual twinkling expression was replaced by grave concern as he surveyed the scene. Minister, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod. I believe our first priority should be determining what brought these dragons here in the first place. Fudge blustered, obviously some dark wizard has orchestrated this. Perhaps a remaining Death Eater trying to expose our world. Actually, came a new voice, I think I know what's going on. Charlie Weasley pushed through the gathered officials, having followed the dragons from Wales. His dragon hide gear marked him as a handler, and he moved with the confidence of someone who worked with these creatures daily. Weasley, isn't it? Fudge asked. The Dragon Keeper. Yes, sir. Charlie Weasley, he confirmed. And I've never seen dragons behave like this. They're not attacking, they're protecting something. His eyes scanned the scene and settled on the small figure standing beside the opali. Or someone. Dumbledore followed Charlie's gaze, and his expression changed to one of shock. Harry Potter, he breathed. Fudge's head whipped around. Potter? Here. But he's supposed to be safely hidden, evidently, Dumbledore interrupted, he is not as safe as I was led to believe. Without waiting for permission, Dumbledore began walking toward the center of the dragon gathering. The great beasts watched him approach but made no move to stop him. Years later, wizarding scholars would debate whether the dragons recognized Dumbledore's power or if Harry's presence somehow protected the headmaster. Charlie hurried after Dumbledore, his expertise with dragons giving him courage where others hesitated. Together, they approached the boy and the opal-eye dragon named Cloudwing. Harry looked up at their approach, his one good eye widening at the sight of the old man with the flowing silver beard and the younger man in leather armor. Hello, Harry, Dumbledore said gently, kneeling despite his aged joints to meet the boy at eye level. I am Professor Dumbledore. I was a friend of your parents. Harry stared in wonder. No one had ever mentioned his parents before, except to tell him they were worthless drunks. You knew my mom and dad? He asked, voice small and hoarse. Dumbledore's expression flickered with pain. Yes, very well. They were wonderful people, Harry. His eyes took in the boy's injuries with growing horror. Who did this to you? Harry glanced at his unconscious uncle. Uncle Vernon. I broke a plate. Charlie Weasley made a sound of disgust, his freckled face flushing with anger. A plate? He did this over a plate. Cloudwing rumbled dangerously, shifting closer to Harry. The male has hurt him many times. Today was merely the worst. Dumbledore and Charlie froze, exchanging stunned glances. Did that dragon just speak? Charlie asked, voice barely above a whisper. You understood her? Harry asked, surprised. I thought I was the only one. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Fascinating. It appears we are witnessing something extraordinarily rare, Mr. Weasley. Harry seems to be a dragon speaker. Charlie's jaw dropped. But that's just a legend. There hasn't been a confirmed dragon speaker in centuries. Legends often contain kernels of truth, Dumbledore replied. And it would explain this unprecedented gathering. He turned back to Harry. How badly are you hurt, my boy? It hurts to breathe, Harry admitted. Cloudwing said I need wizard healers. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed you do. He looked up at the pearly dragon. May I take him to receive medical attention? The dragon's multicolored eyes studied Dumbledore intently. You placed him with these cruel ones, she said, the accusation clear in her tone. Why should we trust you now? Dumbledore appeared genuinely taken aback. How could you possibly know that? The boy's memories flow through his magic, Nightfang rumbled, joining the conversation. We have seen fragments. An old wizard leaving him on a doorstep. You. Charlie watched this exchange with amazement while Dumbledore seemed to age years in seconds. I made a grave error, the headmaster admitted. I believed the protection of his mother's blood would keep him safe. I never imagined her sister would allow this. Blood magic? Charlie asked, shocked. You used blood wards on a child? Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Lily Potter died to protect her son. Her sacrifice created powerful protection that lives on in her blood, in her sister, Petunia, and by extension, in this home. Fat lot of good that protection did, Charlie said bitterly, gesturing to Harry's injuries. Kept out dark wizards and let in child abusers instead. The dragons around them rumbled in agreement, smoke curling from several nostrils. I failed you, Harry, Dumbledore said directly to the boy. For that, I am deeply sorry. But please, allow me to take you somewhere safe now, somewhere you can be healed. Harry looked uncertainly at Cloudwing, seeking her guidance. The pearly dragon lowered her head again. I will accompany you, young speaker, she said. No harm will come to you again while dragons draw breath. This seemed to reassure Harry, who nodded to Dumbledore. Okay. Charlie stepped forward. Professor, St. Mungo's might not be the best place right now. If Harry's injuries are as severe as they appear, he needs immediate attention, not the circus that will happen when Harry Potter shows up with a dragon entourage. Dumbledore considered this. What do you suggest, Mr. Weasley? Bill's finishing his healer training. He's at the burrow this week. Mum and Dad would take Harry in without question, and Bill can stabilize him while we sort this out. Before Dumbledore could respond, Cornelius Fudge bustled over, flanked by Aurors trying unsuccessfully to look brave in the presence of so many dragons. Dumbledore. What in Merlin's name is going on? The minister demanded, then noticed Harry. His eyes widened comically. Is that Harry Potter? What happened to him? And why are there dragons protecting him? Minister, this is neither the time nor place, Dumbledore replied. Young Harry needs medical attention immediately. But the statute of secrecy. There are dragons in a Muggle neighborhood. The entire street has seen them. As if to punctuate Fudge's panic, camera flashes began popping from several houses. Despite their terror, some residents couldn't resist documenting the impossible scene. The Ministry's obliviators can handle the Muggles, Charlie suggested. Right now, Harry needs help. And what about them? Fudge gestured wildly at the dragons surrounding them. How do we get 30 dragons back to their reservations? Ember's Kale, the Hungarian horntail, lowered her massive horned head to Fudge's level. We go nowhere until justice is done, she growled. The one who harmed the speaker must pay. Fudge stumbled backward, nearly falling in his haste to get away from the dragon. It spoke. Did everyone hear that? The dragon spoke. Only because Harry's translating for them, Charlie explained, having pieced together what was happening. He's a dragon speaker, he can understand their language, and somehow he's projecting it so we can understand too. Emberscale snorted a jet of flame that singed Fudge's cloak. The cruel male must face dragon justice. Vernon Dursley chose this inopportune moment to regain consciousness. His eyes bulged as he took in the scene, wizards in robes, dragons everywhere, and Harry at the center of it all. "You," he bellowed, staggering to his feet. "This is your doing, you freakish." Several dragons inhaled sharply, preparing to breathe fire, but Dumbledore was faster. With a casual flick of his wand, Vernon Dursley found himself silenced and bound in ropes. "I believe," Dumbledore said with uncharacteristic coldness, "that you have said quite enough, Mr. Dursley." The front door opened again, and Petunia Dursley emerged cautiously, Dudley cowering behind her skirt. "Vernon," she shrieked, then froze as she spotted Dumbledore. Her thin face drained of color. "You." "Hello, Petunia," Dumbledore said quietly. "I entrusted you with your sister's son. I see now that was a grave mistake." Petunia's gaze darted between the wizards, the dragons, and the neighbors watching from windows and doors. Her carefully constructed normalcy was shattering before her eyes. "Take him," she spat venomously, looking at Harry. "Take the freak and all these monsters and leave us alone." Cloudwing's eyes narrowed dangerously. "The female shares guilt," she observed. "She allowed the harm." Harry's small voice cut through the tension. "She never hit me," he said. "But she never stopped Uncle Vernon. And she made me sleep in the cupboard." "Cupboard?" Charlie repeated, his voice dangerous. "What cupboard?" "Under the stairs," Harry said, pointing toward the house. "That's my room." Charlie's face turned as red as his hair. Without a word, he strode into number 4, ignoring Petunia's protests. Moments later, his voice rang out, filled with horror and rage. "Merlin's bloody. Professor. Minister. You need to see this." Kingsley Shacklebolt, taking charge as other officials seemed paralyzed by indecision, followed Charlie into the house. What he saw inside the cupboard under the stairs, the tiny stained mattress, the crude drawings on the walls saying, "Harry's room," the broken toys and blood-stained rags, would haunt him for years. Outside, Harry swayed on his feet, the adrenaline that had sustained him beginning to fade. Cloudwing noticed immediately. "The speaker weakens," she announced. "He needs healing now." Dumbledore nodded decisively. "Mr. Weasley's suggestion is sound. We will take Harry to the burrow where he can receive immediate care." "Now see here, Dumbledore," Fudge blustered. "The boy is a national icon. He can't just disappear into some random families." "With respect, Minister," Dumbledore interrupted firmly, "Harry Potter is a grievously injured child first, national icon second. His health and safety must be our priority." Charlie emerged from the house, face grim. "It's worse than we thought. That cupboard, there's blood on the walls. Years of abuse, from the looks of it." Nightfang's massive head swung toward Vernon Dursley, who was still bound and silenced on the front step. "Dragon law is clear. Those who harm hatchlings forfeit their lives." Fudge squeaked in terror. "Now see here. We have laws too. Proper procedures." "Minister," Kingsley's deep voice cut in as he exited the house, "I'm initiating formal charges against Vernon and Petunia Dursley for child abuse, neglect, and endangerment. As an Auror, I have that authority." This seemed to calm the dragons somewhat, though they remained watchful. "Very well," Nightfang rumbled. "We will observe your justice, for now. But know this, wizards, if it fails, dragon justice will follow." Harry's knees suddenly buckled. Charlie moved quickly, catching the small boy before he hit the ground. "He's burning up," Charlie reported, feeling Harry's forehead. "And his breathing's shallow. We need to move now." "I'll take him," Dumbledore decided, gently lifting Harry from Charlie's arms. Despite his advanced age, the wizard carried the child easily. "Mr. Weasley, please explain to your parents." "I will arrive with Harry momentarily." Charlie nodded and disapparated with a crack. Dumbledore turned to address the dragons, particularly Cloudwing and Nightfang, who seemed to be the leaders. "I give you my word that Harry will receive the care he needs and the Dursleys will face justice for their actions. Will you return to your territories now?" Cloudwing shook her massive head. "I go where the speaker goes. The others may choose their own paths." Nightfang rumbled agreement. "Some will watch the cruel ones. Others will guard the speaker. Dragon law demands it." Dumbledore sighed. The logistical nightmare was growing by the minute, but the boy in his arms was the priority. "Minister," he addressed Fudge, "I suggest you focus on containing this situation. The Obliviators have their work cut out for them. I will take Harry to safety and contact you once he's stable." Without waiting for a response, Dumbledore disappeared with a soft pop, taking Harry with him. Fudge was left sputtering in the middle of Privet Drive, surrounded by dragons and terrified officials. But what am I supposed to do about all this?" he wailed, gesturing wildly at the assembled dragons. Emberscale, the fierce Horntail, snorted contemptuously. "Perhaps you should begin by arresting those who harmed a child under your care, tiny Minister Man." The gathered Aurors couldn't completely suppress their chuckles at seeing the Minister of Magic called Tiny Minister Man by a dragon. Kingsley stepped forward. "Minister, with your permission, I'll take the Dursleys into custody and begin formal proceedings." Yes, do whatever you must," Fudge agreed distractedly. Vernon and Petunia Dursley were led away in magical bindings, their protests silenced by charm. Dudley remained behind, suddenly parentless and surrounded by wizards and dragons. "What about the kid?" an Auror asked, nodding toward the pudgy boy cowering in the doorway. "Contact Magical Child Services," Kingsley instructed. "He'll need temporary placement while this is sorted out." As the Aurors carried out these instructions, several of the dragons took flight, clearly following Dumbledore and Harry to their new destination. Others settled in around Privet Drive, much to the horror of the remaining Ministry officials. "They're not all leaving." Fudge panicked. "They said some would stay to ensure justice," an unspeakable who had just arrived reminded him. "I suggest we don't test their patience, Minister." At the burrow, Molly Weasley had been woken by her son Charlie bursting into the kitchen, breathlessly explaining that Dumbledore was bringing an injured Harry Potter to their home. She'd immediately switched into crisis mode, waking her husband Arthur and eldest son Bill, and preparing the best bedroom. When Dumbledore appeared in their living room cradling the small, broken form of Harry Potter, Molly's outrage nearly matched that of the dragons. "Those miserable, wretched muggles," she exclaimed, seeing Harry's injuries. "Bring him upstairs quickly, Albus." "Bill's ready." Bill Weasley, in his final year of healer training, had already transformed Percy's bedroom into a makeshift hospital room. His handsome face turned serious as he assessed Harry's condition. Multiple contusions, possible internal bleeding, definitely broken ribs, he listed clinically, though his eyes betrayed his anger. "He's severely malnourished too, look how thin his arms are." "Can you help him?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Bill nodded. "I can stabilize him, but he'll need potions I don't have here. Bone knitting solution, blood replenisher." "I'll get them," Charlie offered from the doorway. "I know a healer at the reserve who keeps emergency supplies." As Charlie disappeared to fetch the needed supplies, a commotion arose outside. Arthur Weasley's voice could be heard calling up the stairs. "Molly! Dumbledore! There are dragons landing in our paddock." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "Ah yes, I should have mentioned. Harry has made some rather unusual friends." Molly looked bewildered. Dragons? Actual dragons? It appears young Harry is a dragon speaker, Dumbledore explained. When the Dursleys' abuse reached a critical point tonight, his magic called out to every dragon in Britain. They came to his defense. Bill whistled low. A dragon speaker? I thought that was just a legend. As did I, Dumbledore admitted. Yet the evidence is rather dramatically perched in your paddock. Cloudwing had indeed arrived, along with 2 younger Welsh greens. They had settled respectfully at the edge of the Weasley property, careful not to damage the strange human dwelling. Arthur entered the room, looking equal parts terrified and fascinated. There's an Antipodean opali asking about Harry. An actual dragon, speaking. You can understand her? Bill asked, surprised. Not directly, Arthur explained. It's the oddest thing, it's like I hear growls and rumbles, but somehow I know exactly what she's saying. That would be Harry's ability manifesting, Dumbledore explained. Even unconscious, his magic is translating for the dragons. Molly pushed past her awestruck husband to check on Harry. The poor lamb, she murmured, gently brushing his unruly hair from his forehead. Bill, what can I do to help? I need to set these ribs before I can give him Skeelgrow, Bill explained. Mum, can you hold him steady? This will hurt even with him unconscious. As they worked to heal Harry's physical wounds, Charlie returned with the potions and an additional surprise, a stocky wizard with burned scars on his arms. This is Rhys Kendrick, Charlie introduced the newcomer. He's the head healer at the Welsh Reserve. Treats dragons and handlers alike. Merlin's beard, Rhys breathed, seeing Harry. When Charlie said Harry Potter was being abused by muggles, I couldn't believe it. But this. He shook his head in disgust, then pulled several potion vials from his bag. Right, let me help. With Rhys's expertise, they were able to stabilize Harry more effectively. The broken ribs were set, internal bleeding stopped, and the worst of the bruising reduced. He'll need time to heal properly, Rhys explained when they'd finished. The physical injuries will mend in a few days with these potions, but the psychological trauma. He trailed off meaningfully. We'll take care of him, Molly said firmly. He can stay here as long as he needs. There may be complications, Dumbledore warned. The Ministry will have opinions about Harry's placement, and there are protective wards to consider. Wards didn't protect him from those monsters, Arthur pointed out, uncharacteristically harsh. And frankly, Albus, you'll have a hard time convincing anyone he should go back after this. Dumbledore looked every bit his advanced age. I have no intention of sending Harry back to the Dursleys. My concern is his magical protection against outside threats. Their conversation was interrupted by a soft moan from the bed. Harry was regaining consciousness. His good eye fluttered open, panic immediately filling his face as he found himself in an unfamiliar room surrounded by strangers. It's all right, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. You're safe now. Where? Harry's voice cracked. Where am I? You're at the burrow, Molly explained, sitting carefully on the edge of the bed. Our home. I'm Molly Weasley, and this is my family. Harry looked around at the red-headed family, confusion evident. But, why? Because no one's going to hurt you anymore, mate, Charlie said firmly. Not while we're around. And not while your dragon friends are watching over you either. Dragons? Harry's eye widened. It wasn't a dream. They really came. They certainly did, Arthur confirmed. There's one outside right now asking about you, pearly white with beautiful eyes. Cloudwing, Harry said immediately, trying to sit up despite his injuries. She helped me. Can I see her? The adults exchanged concerned glances. You need rest, dear, Molly said gently. You've been badly hurt. Please, Harry begged. I promised her. Bill, assessing his patient, nodded reluctantly. A few minutes shouldn't hurt, as long as he doesn't exert himself. With careful support from Charlie and Bill, Harry was helped to the window. Outside in the moonlight, Cloudwing waited patiently, her pearly scales gleaming silver. When she spotted Harry at the window, she raised her elegant head and rumbled softly. "Young speaker," her voice carried clearly to everyone present. "You are healing." Harry nodded, a smile breaking across his bruised face. "They're helping me. These people are nice. I will remain until you are strong again," the dragon promised. Dragons do not abandon their own. Tears filled Harry's eyes. "Thank you for coming when I needed help. Nobody ever did before." The simple statement broke hearts throughout the room. Molly wiped away tears, while Arthur's face hardened with resolve. Bill and Charlie exchanged determined glances, and even Dumbledore looked deeply affected. "Never again, Harry," Charlie promised, his hand gentle on the boy's shoulder. "You've got family now." Harry turned to look at him, hope and disbelief warring in his expression. "Family?" "That's right," Molly confirmed, maternal instinct overriding any hesitation. "You'll stay with us until you're better, and we'll sort everything out properly." "But, why would you want me?" Harry asked, the question revealing volumes about his upbringing. "I'm just a far, don't you dare finish that word, young man," Molly interrupted fiercely. "You are a wizard, Harry Potter. A very special one at that. And you deserve to be loved and cared for properly." Harry's lower lip trembled as he processed this information. After 5 years of being told he was worthless, hearing the opposite was almost impossible to believe. "Time for more rest," Bill said gently, noting Harry's drooping eyelids. "The potions work better when you're sleeping." They helped Harry back to bed, where he quickly drifted off, exhausted by pain and emotional overload. The adults moved their conversation to the kitchen downstairs. "What happens now?" Arthur asked, accepting a cup of tea from his wife. "A great many things," Dumbledore replied wearily. "The Ministry is dealing with an unprecedented situation, dragons in a Muggle area, speaking to wizards, demanding justice. The statute of secrecy has been severely compromised. Not to mention the boy who lived being discovered in an abusive home," Charlie added. "That's going to cause a political firestorm." "I'm more concerned about those dragons," Reese interjected. "I've worked with dragons for 15 years, and I've never seen behavior remotely like this. They're acting, well, almost human in their reasoning." "Perhaps," Dumbledore mused, "we have underestimated their intelligence and magical capacity. It would not be the first time wizard kind has made such an error regarding magical creatures." A crack of apparition outside announced a new arrival. Moments later, Minerva McGonagall burst through the door, still in her tartan dressing gown. "Albus! Is it true?" she demanded without preamble. "Harry Potter rescued from abusive muggles by dragons?" "Ah, Minerva. News travels fast," Dumbledore observed. "The entire Ministry is in chaos," McGonagall confirmed. "Where is he? How bad is it?" "He's sleeping upstairs," Molly answered. "And it's bad, Minerva. Those people." She couldn't continue, her anger overwhelming her. "I told you," McGonagall said to Dumbledore, her Scottish brogue thickening with emotion. "I sat watching those people all day when you left him there. I told you they were the worst sort of muggles." "You did indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged heavily. "I should have heeded your warning." McGonagall seemed taken aback by his ready admission but pressed on. "What will happen to the boy now?" "For the immediate future, he will stay here to recover," Dumbledore decided. "The Weasleys have graciously offered their home, and it appears the dragons approve of this arrangement." "And after that?" McGonagall pressed. "That is a more complex question," Dumbledore admitted. "There are matters of magical guardianship, protective wards, and Harry's unique connection to the dragons to consider." Their discussion was interrupted by another arrival, this time Cornelius Fudge, looking harried and accompanied by Amos Diggory. "Dumbledore! This situation is spiraling out of control," Fudge exclaimed. "The Obliviators can't keep up with the Muggle sightings, and those blasted dragons refuse to leave Surrey. They're maintaining a presence at 2 locations, Minister, Diggory clarified. Several remain at Privet Drive, apparently ensuring justice, as they put it. The others have divided between here and the Ministry itself. The Ministry? Dumbledore asked, surprised. 3 Welsh greens and a particularly intimidating Hebridean black are perched on the visitor's entrance, Diggory confirmed. They say they're there to observe wizard justice regarding the Dursleys. Fudge collapsed into a chair, accepting the tea Molly silently offered. It's a nightmare. The International Confederation will have my head if we can't contain this. Not to mention what the Muggle Prime Minister is saying. I believe, Minister, Dumbledore said carefully, that we must approach this as an opportunity rather than a crisis. Opportunity? Fudge sputtered. Dragons speaking to humans. Muggle neighborhoods overrun with magical creatures. The boy who lived discovered being abused. How is any of this an opportunity? Because it forces us to reconsider our assumptions, Dumbledore explained patiently. About dragons, about how we protect magical children, about our relationship with the Muggle world. The public is already demanding answers, Diggory added. The Prophet will run the story in their morning edition. Rita Skeeter somehow got wind of it already. Marvelous, McGonagall muttered sarcastically. Harry's welfare must remain our priority, Dumbledore insisted. Whatever policy changes arise from this situation, the child's needs come first. For once, Fudge didn't argue. Even the politically minded minister could see the disastrous optics of appearing unsympathetic to an abused Harry Potter. Very well, he conceded. But I need your help managing this, Dumbledore. The Wizengamot will need to convene emergency sessions. I will assist however I can, Dumbledore promised. But I would suggest we first arrange a formal meeting with the dragon representatives. A meeting? With dragons? Fudge looked appalled. They're beasts, Dumbledore, not diplomats. From outside the window came a rumbling growl. Cloudwing had apparently heard the minister's comment. We understand your language better than you understand ours, little minister, the dragon's voice carried clearly. And we have maintained civilization while humans still lived in caves. Fudge paled dramatically. Charlie couldn't suppress a grin. I'd be careful what you say about them, minister, he advised. They're rather sensitive about being called beasts. This is precisely my point, Dumbledore said. We have much to learn about dragons that our current classification system fails to recognize. The remainder of the night passed in tense discussion and planning. By dawn, several decisions had been made. Harry would remain at the burrow while he recovered, with regular monitoring from St. Mungo's healers. The Weasleys would serve as his temporary guardians, with Dumbledore maintaining his role as magical guardian. A formal hearing would determine the Dursleys' punishment under wizarding law, with dragon representatives permitted to observe the proceedings. Most controversially, Dumbledore had convinced Fudge to authorize the first-ever diplomatic meeting between ministry officials and dragon representatives, scheduled for the following week. As the various officials departed to their respective duties, Molly and Arthur found themselves alone in their kitchen, watching the sun rise over their property, and the 3 dragons still maintaining vigil outside. Did you ever imagine, Arthur asked his wife, that we'd have Harry Potter asleep upstairs and dragons in our paddock? Molly shook her head, exhaustion evident in her face. Never in a million years. But that poor boy needs someone, Arthur. And he'll have us, Arthur confirmed, squeezing her hand. All of us. Upstairs, Harry slept peacefully for perhaps the first time in his young life, watched over by his new human family and his dragon protectors. The cupboard under the stairs was behind him forever. In the days that followed, the wizarding world exploded with the news. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Boy who lived rescued from abusive muggles by dragons," with a subheading, "Dragons demonstrate unknown intelligence and speech capabilities." Rita Skeeter had somehow obtained photographs of the dragons surrounding Privet Drive and Harry's cupboard bedroom, creating a media sensation that threatened to overshadow even the original Voldemort story. The Ministry found itself dealing with multiple crises simultaneously, containing the Muggle witnesses to the Dragon Gathering, processing the criminal charges against the Dursleys, and managing the unprecedented diplomatic situation with the dragons themselves. At the burrow, Harry was gradually recovering. His physical injuries healed faster than expected, thanks to magical remedies and perhaps his own inherent magic. The emotional wounds would take longer. On the third day of his stay, Harry had gained enough strength to go outside and properly visit Cloudwing, who had remained faithfully nearby. Charlie Weasley accompanied him, both to ensure his safety and to observe the unusual dragon interaction. Cloudwing. Harry called happily, his face lighting up at the sight of the pearly dragon. Though still thin and pale, with lingering bruises fading to yellow, he moved with more energy than before. The opal-eyed dragon raised her head, multifaceted eyes shining with what could only be described as affection. "Young speaker," she rumbled. "Your strength returns." Harry nodded. "The Weasleys are really nice. Mrs. Weasley keeps giving me extra food, and Mr. Weasley asks me all sorts of questions about Muggle things." Cloudwing tilted her massive head. "You are happy here?" "Yeah," Harry said, a note of wonder in his voice. "I think I am." Charlie watched this exchange with fascination. "Harry, ask her how dragons normally communicate with each other," he suggested. "Do they all understand each other across species?" Harry looked puzzled. "Can't you just ask her yourself? You can hear her talking." "I hear her because you're translating somehow," Charlie explained. "When you're not around, all we hear are growls and rumbles, dragon sounds." "Oh." Harry turned back to Cloudwing. "How do dragons talk to each other normally? Can different kinds of dragons understand each other?" Cloudwing settled more comfortably, folding her wings. "All dragons share a common tongue, though each species has their own dialect. We communicate through sounds, body language, and magic that flows between us." "Magic?" Charlie asked, intrigued. "Dragon magic is different from wizard magic," Cloudwing explained. "More primal. Connected to earth and sky and fire. We feel magic rather than wield it." Harry sat cross-legged in the grass, engrossed in the conversation. "Is that how you all knew I was in trouble? You felt my magic?" Cloudwing's expression grew solemn. "Your pain traveled through magic older than wizard kind, young speaker. The ability to call dragons has existed in rare humans throughout history. Always, it manifests in moments of great need. But why me?" Harry asked, the question that had been bothering him since that night. "Why can I talk to dragons when other people can't?" "The gift runs in bloodlines," Cloudwing explained. "Though it may skip many generations before appearing. Your ancestor, Linfred of Stinchcombe, possessed the gift." Charlie gasped. "Linfred? The founder of the Potter family?" Cloudwing nodded her massive head. "He healed a wounded Hebridean black in the 12th century and gained the ability to speak with dragonkind. His descendants carried the potential, though none manifested the gift until now." Harry absorbed this information with wide eyes. "So it's because of my family? Because I'm a Potter?" "Your heritage carries the possibility," Cloudwing confirmed. "But the gift awakens only in those with sufficient magical strength and dire need." Charlie whistled low. "That explains why it's so rare. Most wizards never experience the kind of desperate situation that would trigger such an ability." "Unfortunately, I did," Harry said quietly, unconsciously rubbing his ribs where they had been broken. Cloudwing lowered her head to Harry's level, her breath warm on his face. "What happened to you was terrible, young speaker. But now you have found your true inheritance, not just wizard magic, but dragon magic too." The conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Bill Weasley, coming to check on his patient. "How are you feeling, Harry?" he asked, professionally assessing the boy's color and movement. "Much better," Harry assured him. Cloudwing was telling us about dragon speakers. Did you know my great-great-great-grandfather could talk to dragons too? Bill smiled at Harry's enthusiasm. I'm learning that there's a lot about dragons we wizards don't know. He turned respectfully to Cloudwing. Thank you for watching over him. The dragon inclined her head gracefully. Young ones should be protected, whether they have scales or skin. As they talked, an unfamiliar owl swooped down, delivering a letter directly to Charlie. He opened it, his expression growing serious as he read. What is it? Bill asked. Ministry summons, Charlie explained. They want Harry to testify at the Dursleys' hearing tomorrow. Harry's face fell, his brief happiness evaporating. Do I have to see them again? Absolutely not, Bill said firmly before Charlie could respond. He's still recovering. Surely they can use pensive memories instead. The letter says they need Harry's direct testimony as the victim, Charlie read, frowning. But they're willing to make special arrangements given the circumstances. Cloudwing rumbled dangerously. The speaker should not face those who harmed him alone. He won't be alone, Charlie assured the dragon. Mum and Dad will be with him, and I'm sure Dumbledore too. And you, Harry said suddenly, looking up at Cloudwing. Could you come too? The dragon's multifaceted eyes gleamed. I would accompany you anywhere, young speaker. But I am uncertain if your ministry buildings accommodate dragons. Charlie chuckled. After the past few days, I think the ministry would rearrange the entire building rather than risk offending the dragons further. This proved true when, later that day, a follow-up message arrived from the ministry, specifically inviting a dragon representative to attend the hearing. Arrangements had been made for the proceedings to take place in the ministry's largest courtroom, with special accommodations for a dragon observer. That evening, Molly Weasley found Harry sitting alone in the garden, watching Cloudwing sleep in the fading light. The dragon's pearly scales glowed with an inner luminescence as darkness fell. Dinner's nearly ready, dear, Molly said gently, sitting beside him on the bench. Are you worried about tomorrow? Harry nodded, pulling his knees up to his chest. What if they don't believe me? Uncle Vernon always told people I was a liar and a troublemaker. Molly's heart clenched at the matter-of-fact way he said this. Harry, look at me, she said firmly. Those people lied about you, not the other way around. And tomorrow, the entire wizarding court will see the truth. What'll happen to them? Harry asked. My aunt and uncle. They'll be punished for how they treated you, Molly explained carefully. In the wizarding world, harming a child is taken very seriously. Harry absorbed this silently, then asked in a small voice, what about Dudley? He's just a kid too. Molly was struck by the compassion of a boy who could still worry about his cousin after everything he'd endured. He'll be placed with relatives, I expect. Your aunt has a friend who's taking care of him temporarily. Harry nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer. Mrs. Weasley, what's going to happen to me after I'm all better? The question hung in the air between them. Molly chose her words carefully. That hasn't been decided yet, dear. But I promise you won't go back to those people. Never again. Could I? Harry hesitated, then rushed out, could I stay here? With you and Mr. Weasley? Molly's eyes filled with tears. She pulled Harry into a gentle hug, mindful of his healing ribs. We would love nothing more, Harry. Arthur and I have already discussed it. But there are complicated factors the ministry needs to consider. Because of Voldemort? Harry asked, surprising Molly with his directness. Ron told me about him. About how he killed my parents and tried to kill me too. Molly sighed. She should have known Ron would fill in the blanks. Yes, partly because of that. You need special protection that most wizard children don't. But I have dragons protecting me now, Harry pointed out. And you and Mr. Weasley. And Professor Dumbledore said he'd help too. That's true, Molly acknowledged. And we're all going to fight to make sure you end up somewhere you're happy and loved. I promise. Harry looked up at her, hope and wariness warring in his green eyes. Really promise? Really promise, Molly confirmed. Now come inside for dinner. Growing boys need their strength. As they walked back to the house, Harry cast one last glance at Cloudwing. The dragon's eye opened briefly, catching the light like an opal. She rumbled softly, a sound Harry had come to recognize as reassurance. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt genuinely safe. The next morning brought renewed anxiety as Harry prepared for the hearing. Molly had transfigured some of Ron's clothes to fit him better, giving him simple but neat robes for the occasion. Remember, Arthur coached him gently over breakfast, just tell the truth. That's all you need to do. The Weasley children, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and little Ginny, had all been told to stay home during the hearing. Only Molly and Arthur would accompany Harry, along with Dumbledore in his capacity as Harry's magical guardian. And, of course, Cloudwing. The dragon had spent the morning meticulously cleaning her scales, explaining to an interested Harry that dragons, like birds, preen before important gatherings to show respect. It is an honor to represent dragonkind at your wizard proceedings, she told him. I must appear dignified. When the time came to depart, a special ministry transport arrived, a magically expanded carriage pulled by thestrals, large enough to accommodate a dragon. The black, skeletal horses seemed unperturbed by Cloudwing's presence, perhaps recognizing a fellow magical creature. Harry could see the thestrals clearly, which concerned the adults until Bill gently explained that anyone who had witnessed death could see them. Harry had, of course, been present at his mother's murder, though he had no conscious memory of it. The journey to the ministry passed in tense silence. Harry sat between Molly and Arthur, drawing comfort from their presence. Cloudwing followed in the air above them, her pearly form occasionally visible through the carriage windows. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Magic, they found an unprecedented scene. The visitors' entrance had been magically expanded to accommodate Cloudwing, and a path cleared through the atrium. Ministry workers lined the route, staring in awe at the dragon who walked with dignified grace behind Harry and the Weasleys. Cornelius Fudge met them outside courtroom 10, looking nervous but determined to appear in control. Mr. Potter, he greeted Harry formally. Thank you for coming. I want to assure you this proceeding will be as brief and comfortable as possible. Harry nodded silently, intimidated by the grand surroundings and the minister's official tone. Arrangements have been made for your companion, Fudge continued, gesturing to Cloudwing. We've modified the courtroom to accommodate her presence. Thank you, Minister, Cloudwing replied with regal dignity, causing Fudge to jump slightly despite having been forewarned about her speech capabilities. They entered the courtroom to find it packed with witches and wizards. The full Wizengamot had assembled, their plum-colored robes creating a sea of color in the tiered seating. At the center stood two chairs with chains, currently occupied by Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Harry froze at the sight of his aunt and uncle, old fear washing over him. Vernon's face was purple with rage, while Petunia looked thin and terrified. Both were restrained by the magical chains of the court. It's all right, Harry, Arthur murmured, his hand steady on Harry's shoulder. They can't hurt you anymore. Cloudwing moved closer, her massive form providing a physical barrier between Harry and the Dursleys. Vernon's eyes bulged at the sight of the dragon, while Petunia gave a strangled squeak of terror. Dumbledore rose from his seat among the Wizengamot. Shall we begin? He suggested, his calm voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. The proceedings that followed would later be described as one of the most extraordinary in wizarding legal history. Harry's testimony was taken first, with Dumbledore gently guiding him through questions about his life at Privet Drive. The cupboard under the stairs. The lack of food. The punishments. The systematic neglect and abuse. Throughout his testimony, Harry spoke quietly but clearly, occasionally drawing strength from Cloudwing's reassuring presence. When he described the final beating that had triggered his dragon-calling ability, several Wisengamot members were visibly moved to tears. "And you never told anyone about this treatment?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry shook his head. "I tried telling a teacher once, but Uncle Vernon told everyone I made up stories for attention. They believed him." This statement caused a fresh wave of murmurs through the courtroom. Next came evidence from the magical law enforcement officers who had documented the conditions at Privet Drive. Photographs of the blood-stained cupboard were displayed, along with medical reports from both Bill Weasley and the St. Mungo's healers who had examined Harry. Vernon Dursley was questioned next, blustering and defensive. The boy was always trouble, he insisted. Unnatural. We did what we had to do to keep his freakishness in check. His words caused Cloudwing to emit a low, threatening growl that reverberated throughout the courtroom. Vernon quailed visibly. Petunia, when questioned, was more subdued. "I never wanted him," she admitted bitterly. "He was dumped on our doorstep with nothing but a letter. We never asked for this burden." "He was your sister's child," Molly Weasley interjected, unable to contain herself. "Your own flesh and blood." "Silence," the court bailiff called, though many Wisengamot members seemed to share Molly's outrage. When all testimony had been heard, Cloudwing requested permission to address the court, an unprecedented request that Dumbledore, as Chief Warlock, granted. "I speak for all dragonkind," the pearly dragon began, her voice carrying effortlessly through the vast room. "For centuries, we have observed humans from afar, interacting only when our territories overlapped. We believed wizards incapable of truly understanding magical creatures." The courtroom was utterly silent, every person present aware of witnessing a historic moment. "The suffering of the young speaker has changed this belief," Cloudwing continued. "His pain reached across Britain and touched our hearts. We came because a child called for help when no adult would listen." Her multifaceted eyes turned toward the Dursleys. "In dragon law, those who harm hatchlings forfeit their lives. We understand human law differs. But know this, if your justice fails, dragon justice awaits." With her piece said, Cloudwing settled back, wrapping her tail protectively around Harry's chair. After brief deliberation, the verdict was unanimous. Vernon and Petunia Dursley were found guilty of child abuse, neglect, and endangerment. Their sentences were severe by wizard standards, 10 years in Azkaban for Vernon, 5 for Petunia, with permanent magical monitoring thereafter. Additionally, the court ruled that Harry Potter would never return to their care, with temporary guardianship granted to Arthur and Molly Weasley while permanent arrangements were considered. As the Dursleys were led away by Aurors, Vernon still shouting about freaks and monsters, Harry felt a strange emptiness. Not sadness or relief exactly, but a hollow sense that justice, while served, couldn't erase the past. Cloudwing seemed to sense his mood. "The wounds of the heart heal slower than those of the body, young speaker," she rumbled softly. "But heal they will." After the hearing, Harry was surprised to find himself surrounded by witches and wizards wanting to meet him, to shake his hand, to express their horror at what he'd endured and their admiration for his courage. The boy who lived had just become even more famous, though for reasons no child would want. Dumbledore eventually intervened, creating a path through the crowd for Harry and his protectors to leave. As they prepared to return to the burrow, the headmaster pulled Harry aside for a private word. "You showed great bravery today, Harry," he said gently. "Your parents would be very proud." Harry looked up at the old wizard, a question burning in his mind. "Sir, did you know about how they treated me?" Dumbledore's blue eyes dimmed with regret. "I knew they were not loving guardians, but I did not know the extent of their cruelty. I should have checked on you personally rather than relying on reports. For that failure, I am truly sorry." Harry considered this apology, weighing it against years of suffering. "Why did you leave me there?" "A complex magic protects you while you reside with your mother's blood," Dumbledore explained. "It shields you from those who would harm you, from Voldemort and his followers. I believe that protection worth the sacrifice of your comfort. But it didn't protect me from Uncle Vernon," Harry pointed out. No, Dumbledore acknowledged heavily. The magic protects against external threats, not those within the home itself. A terrible oversight on my part. Harry absorbed this information silently before asking, what happens now? Mrs. Weasley said I could stay with them for a while, but then what? That, Dumbledore said, is a discussion for another day, when you're fully recovered. For now, focus on healing and adjusting to your new circumstances. Harry nodded, satisfied for the moment. As they rejoined the others, Cloudwing fixed Dumbledore with a penetrating stare. The speaker's future must include dragons, she stated firmly. His gift is rare and precious. It must be nurtured. I quite agree, Dumbledore replied, surprising everyone. I believe arrangements can be made for Harry to split his time between human education and dragon instruction, when the time comes. This innovative suggestion would eventually lead to significant changes in magical education, though none present could have predicted the far-reaching consequences of Dumbledore's improvised solution. For now, Harry was simply relieved to be returning to the burrow with the Weasleys, to safety, to kindness, and to the beginning of what would become his first real home. News of the Dursleys' sentencing spread rapidly through the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet dedicated its entire front page to the story, with Rita Skeeter's article managing to be both sensationalist and surprisingly sympathetic to Harry's plight. The revelation that the boy who lived had been abused by Muggles created complex political ripples. Some used it to promote anti-Muggle sentiment, while others pointed to the failure of wizard oversight systems that should have protected a magical child. The dragons, meanwhile, had become a political force in their own right. With their intelligence and speech capabilities now undeniable, the ministry was forced to reconsider their classification as beasts. A new diplomatic status was being negotiated, with Cloudwing serving as the primary dragon representative. At the burrow, Harry was blissfully unaware of most of these developments. His days were filled with recovery, both physical and emotional, as he adjusted to life with the Weasley family. Ron, in particular, had taken to Harry immediately, awed by his dragon-speaking ability but treating him otherwise as a normal friend. The twin brothers, Fred and George, made it their mission to make Harry laugh at least once daily with their pranks and jokes. Percy was more reserved but unfailingly polite, while Ginny was initially too shy to speak in Harry's presence, a fact Ron found hilarious. Bill and Charlie, when not working, took turns teaching Harry wizard games and telling him stories about Hogwarts. 2 weeks after the hearing, Harry's physical injuries had healed completely. The nightmares persisted, but with decreasing frequency. Each morning, he would visit Cloudwing before breakfast, their conversations ranging from dragon history to simple childish concerns. Will you have to go back to the Dragon Reserve soon? Harry asked one morning, worry evident in his voice. Cloudwing, who had been using her tail to sketch dragon runes in the dirt for Harry to learn, paused thoughtfully. My presence here serves multiple purposes, young speaker. I protect you, I teach you, and I represent dragonkind to your ministry. But don't you miss your home? Your family? Dragons do not form family units as humans do, Cloudwing explained. We are solitary by nature, gathering only for mating seasons and rare ceremonies. Her multifaceted eyes studied him carefully. But perhaps that will change, now that we can speak with humans through you. Harry brightened at this suggestion. Maybe dragons and wizards could be friends now, not just, I don't know, creatures to study. That is my hope, Cloudwing confirmed. Already, changes occur. The red-haired dragon keeper, Charlie, Harry supplied. Yes, Charlie. He visits daily, asking thoughtful questions, learning our ways. Others from your ministry come too. They listen now, where before they only observed. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Arthur Weasley, looking slightly nervous. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, Cloudwing, he greeted them politely. Harry, Professor Dumbledore is here to see you. He has some news about your future arrangements. Harry's stomach clenched with anxiety. Despite the Weasleys' warmth, part of him had been waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the happiness to end. "Can Cloudwing come too?" he asked. "Of course," Arthur assured him. "This concerns her as well, in a way." They found Dumbledore in the Weasley kitchen, enjoying one of Molly's scones with apparent delight. He rose as Harry entered, blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Ah, Harry. You're looking well," he observed. "The Weasleys have taken excellent care of you, I see." Harry nodded, too nervous to speak. "Please, sit down," Dumbledore invited, gesturing to the chairs around the table. Outside the window, Cloudwing positioned herself to listen, her massive head level with the kitchen. "I've come to discuss your living arrangements," Dumbledore began. "As you know, you cannot return to the Dursleys, nor would anyone wish you to. He's welcome to stay here permanently," Molly said firmly, placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "Your generosity does you credit, Molly," Dumbledore acknowledged. "And I believe Harry has thrived in your care. However, there are magical considerations that cannot be ignored." Harry's heart sank. Here it came, the reason he couldn't stay. "The blood protection I mentioned previously," Dumbledore continued, "is a powerful shield against those who would harm you, Harry. Without it, you would be vulnerable." "But sir," Charlie interjected, having joined them from his dragon observations, "Harry has new protections now. The dragons have made it clear they consider him under their protection." "Indeed they have," Dumbledore agreed, surprising everyone. "And that is precisely why I have spent these weeks researching alternative protective magic." He withdrew an ancient-looking book from his robes. "Dragons possess extremely powerful magic, different from wizard magic but no less potent. Throughout history, there have been rare cases of wizard-dragon magical bonds creating protective enchantments." Harry leaned forward, interested despite his anxiety. "You mean like me being a dragon speaker?" "Exactly," Dumbledore confirmed. "Your connection with dragons, particularly with Cloudwing, has created a magical bond that could potentially offer protection equal to the Blood Wards, if properly established." "How would we do that?" Arthur asked. "A ritual," Dumbledore explained. "Ancient but relatively simple. It would formally recognize Harry's status as a dragon speaker and establish magical protection around his permanent residence." "Which would be?" Molly asked tentatively. Dumbledore smiled gently. "If you are still willing, the burrow would become Harry's magical home. The ritual would extend protective enchantments around your property, with dragons as the primary magical guardians rather than blood wards." Harry's face lit up with hope. "I could stay here. For real. If the Weasleys are agreeable, and if Cloudwing and her kin are willing to participate in the ritual, yes." "We're more than agreeable," Arthur said firmly, speaking for his family. "We'd be honored." Cloudwing rumbled her assent from the window. "Dragons will stand as guardians to the young speaker. Our magic is yours to call, Wizard Elder." Dumbledore inclined his head respectfully to the dragon. "Thank you, Cloudwing. Your wisdom and generosity honor your kind." The ritual was scheduled for the following night, the eve of the full moon, when magical energies would be at their peak. Preparations began immediately, with the adult Weasleys, Dumbledore, and several ministry representatives working to create the necessary magical circle around the burrow's property. Harry, caught up in the excitement, barely had time to process the enormity of what was happening. He was getting a real home, a family who wanted him, and magical protection from dragons themselves. The night of the ritual arrived with clear skies and a nearly full moon illuminating the Weasleys' garden. 7 dragons had gathered for the occasion, Cloudwing, Nightfang, and 5 others representing different species and territories across Britain. The Weasley children, except for Bill and Charlie who would assist with the ritual, watched from the upstairs windows of the house. Ministry representatives, including Cornelius Fudge and Amelia Bones, stood at a respectful distance to witness the unprecedented magical event. Harry stood in the center of a circle marked with ancient runes. Dumbledore had explained that he would serve as the focus of the magic, the bridge between dragon magic and wizard protections. Are you ready, Harry? Dumbledore asked gently. Harry nodded, nervousness and excitement battling within him. What do I have to do? Simply stand there and allow your magic to flow naturally, Dumbledore explained. Your connection to the dragons will guide the rest. The ritual began with Dumbledore raising his wand, chanting in a language Harry didn't recognize. The 7 dragons positioned themselves at equidistant points around the circle, creating a larger ring outside the humans. As Dumbledore's chanting continued, the dragons began to hum, a deep, resonant sound that Harry felt in his bones more than heard with his ears. The humming grew louder, harmonizing with Dumbledore's chant in a way that seemed impossible yet perfect. Magic began to visibly manifest, glowing lines of force connecting the dragons to each other, then to Harry at the center. Colors swirled through these magical connections, deep green from Nightfang, pearly white from Cloudwing, crimson from Emberscale, and others representing each dragon present. Harry felt the magic flowing through him, warm and powerful but not uncomfortable. It reminded him of that first night at Privet Drive, when his distress had called the dragons, but instead of pain, this magic carried protection, safety, belonging. The magical lines intensified, then expanded outward, encompassing the entire burrow property in a dome of shimmering, multicolored light. For one breathtaking moment, the protective boundary was visible to all present, a tangible manifestation of dragon magic melded with wizard protection. Then, with a sound like a distant thunderclap, the visible magic faded, absorbed into the very ground and air around the burrow. The ritual was complete. Harry swayed slightly, feeling oddly energized despite the magical exertion. Cloudwing immediately moved to his side, supporting him with her massive head. It is done, she announced. The speaker's home is protected by dragon magic. None who intend harm may enter. Dumbledore lowered his wand, looking tired but satisfied. Thank you, all of you, he said to the assembled dragons. This protection is stronger than I dared hope. The ministry officials were murmuring among themselves, clearly impressed and perhaps a bit unnerved by the display of dragon magic. Fudge approached cautiously. Most extraordinary, he commented. Am I correct in understanding that Harry Potter is now formally under dragon protection? He is, Nightfang confirmed, fixing the minister with ancient eyes. As is this dwelling and all who reside within. Dragon law now extends to the Weasley family as extensions of the speaker's clan. This unexpected development caused a stir among the officials. Arthur and Molly looked stunned. What exactly does that mean? Arthur asked carefully. It means, Cloudwing explained, that dragons recognize you as family to the speaker. What harms you, harms him. What protects him, protects you. You are under our wings now. Molly's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, she said simply. Later that night, after the officials had departed and the younger Weasley children had finally been convinced to go to bed, Harry sat with Arthur, Molly, Bill, Charlie, and Dumbledore in the kitchen. How do you feel, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Harry considered the question seriously. Different, he decided. Like there's a part of me connected to the dragons now. I can sort of feel them, even when I can't see them. Charlie looked fascinated. The bond must have strengthened through the ritual. That's incredible, Harry. What happens now? Harry asked, looking between the adults. Do I really get to stay here? Forever. This is your home now, Arthur confirmed, his voice warm with certainty. For as long as you want it to be. There will be adjustments, Dumbledore cautioned. Your status as a dragon speaker brings responsibilities as well as privileges. You'll need specialized education beyond what most young wizards receive. But that can wait until he's had a proper childhood, Molly insisted. Dumbledore nodded, conceding the point. Indeed. For now, Harry deserves time to simply be a boy. As the conversation continued around him, Harry found his attention drawn to the window, where Cloudwing maintained her vigilant watch. Their eyes met, and Harry felt that new connection between them hum with recognition. Thank you, he whispered, knowing she could hear him. For finding me. For saving me. Cloudwing's rumbling response came directly to his mind, a new development in their communication. It is you who saved us, young speaker. For centuries, dragons have lived apart from wizards, misunderstood and feared. Through you, we find a new path forward. Together. Harry smiled, a sense of rightness settling over him. He had lost his first family to Voldemort and suffered years of abuse from the second. Now, against all odds, he had found a third, a blend of wizards and dragons, of human love and magical protection. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly home. Chapter 2, Raised by Thunder. The dragon fire illuminated the night sky as Harry Potter, now 7 years old, stood on a rocky outcrop watching the display with wonder. 6 months had passed since he'd moved to the Welsh Dragon Sanctuary, and he still couldn't believe this was his life now. Again, he shouted excitedly, his voice carrying over the valley. Cloudwing, her pearly scales gleaming in the moonlight, obliged by releasing another stream of iridescent flame into the air. The fire twisted like a living thing, forming spirals and patterns before dissipating into the darkness. Your turn, young speaker, she encouraged, lowering her massive head to Harry's level. Harry took a deep breath, focusing on the warm, tingling sensation in his chest that he now recognized as his dragon magic. He raised his hands, no wand, not yet, and concentrated. Pyrodraconium, he whispered, using the dragon language term Cloudwing had taught him. A small flame appeared between his palms, flickering uncertainly. Unlike normal fire, it shimmered with a pearlescent quality similar to Cloudwing's scales. Good, rumbled Nightfang from behind them, his ancient voice approving. Your control improves. Harry maintained the flame for nearly 30 seconds before it winked out, leaving him slightly breathless but grinning with accomplishment. Did you see that? It lasted way longer this time. Indeed, Cloudwing confirmed. Soon you will master flame shaping as well. The decision to relocate Harry to the sanctuary hadn't been straightforward. After the ritual that had established dragon protection over the burrow, Harry had spent 6 wonderful months with the Weasleys. But as his dragon abilities developed, it became clear he needed specialized training that couldn't be provided in a normal wizarding household. Charlie Weasley had proposed the solution: Harry would split his time between the Weasleys and the Welsh sanctuary where Charlie worked, giving him access to both human family and dragon teachers. The compromise had worked surprisingly well. Harry spent weekdays at the sanctuary learning dragon magic and language, and weekends at the burrow maintaining his human connections. The Weasleys visited regularly, and Molly sent care packages twice weekly, ensuring Harry never felt abandoned again. Now, standing under the vast star-filled sky with dragons circling overhead, Harry couldn't imagine any other life. Charlie's coming up the path, Harry announced suddenly, sensing the Dragon Keeper's presence through his enhanced connection to the sanctuary's protective wards. Sure enough, Charlie's stocky figure appeared moments later, his dragonhide jacket gleaming in the moonlight. Still practicing at this hour? You're worse than I was at your age. He masters skills quickly, Nightfang observed with draconic pride. His connection to fire grows stronger. Charlie grinned, ruffling Harry's perpetually messy hair. Just don't set anything important on fire. Again. Harry's cheeks flushed at the reminder of last month's incident when his excitement had accidentally ignited a storage shed. That was one time. One spectacular time, Charlie corrected good-naturedly. Anyway, I came to tell you we've got visitors arriving tomorrow. Ministry officials. Harry's smile faded. Not Umbridge again. Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister and head of the Beast Division, had made several inspections of Harry's living arrangements, each more unpleasant than the last. Her thinly veiled contempt for both Harry and the dragons made these visits tense affairs. No, thank Merlin, Charlie assured him. It's Amelia Bones this time, head of magical law enforcement. She's fair, Harry, not like Umbridge. Harry relaxed slightly. What does she want? Standard check-in, supposedly, Charlie said, though his tone suggested skepticism. But word is she's bringing up the education question again. Harry groaned. His schooling had become a contentious political issue. Some ministry factions insisted he needed traditional wizarding education immediately, while others argued his unique abilities warranted specialized training. Meanwhile, the dragons maintained he should learn their ways first and foremost. "I don't see why I can't keep learning from you and the dragons," Harry said stubbornly. "I'm doing magic already, aren't I?" "Different magic," Charlie explained patiently. "Dragon magic works through your special connection. It's not the same as wizard magic with a wand." "It's better," Harry insisted. "More natural." Cloudwing made a rumbling sound that passed for dragon laughter. "Your loyalty warms my heart, young speaker, but Charlie speaks truth. You must master both traditions to fulfill your potential." Harry kicked at a stone, sending it skittering over the edge of the outcrop. "I bet they just want to parade me around Diagon Alley so everyone can stare at the famous Harry Potter." "There's some of that," Charlie admitted candidly. "But there's also genuine concern about your development. You're a wizard as well as a dragon speaker, Harry. Both sides need nurturing." Harry sighed, knowing they were right but reluctant to change the life he'd come to love. "When do I have to decide?" "Not tonight," Charlie assured him. "For now, you should get some sleep. Big day tomorrow." Harry said goodnight to the dragons and followed Charlie down the rocky path to his dwelling, a unique structure built into the side of a cliff face. Part cave, part cottage, it had been specially designed to accommodate both human comfort and dragon visitors. The main room was large and open, with a massive fireplace and one wall that could open completely to allow Cloudwing to stick her head inside for conversations. Harry's bedroom was cozier, decorated with moving posters of dragons and Quidditch teams, gifts from the Weasleys. As Harry got ready for bed, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the mirror. He'd changed in the 2 years since leaving Privet Drive. No longer the scrawny, fearful child in oversized clothes, he'd filled out with regular meals and exercise. His wild black hair remained untamable, but now it was a choice rather than neglect. The lightning scar on his forehead was still prominent, but it no longer defined him. Not just the boy who lived anymore, he murmured to himself. Dragons had given him far more than rescue from the Dursleys. They'd given him identity, purpose, and a unique place in the magical world. "They're here," Charlie announced the next morning, poking his head into Harry's room where the boy was practicing dragon runes, a complex written language few wizards had ever mastered. Harry reluctantly set aside his slate and chalk. "Do I have to dress up?" "Just brush your hair," Charlie suggested, then grinned. "Actually, don't bother. We both know it's hopeless." Harry stuck out his tongue but changed into cleaner clothes anyway, dragonhide boots, sturdy pants, and a red jumper Molly had knitted with a Hungarian horntail on the front. Outside, a ministry delegation was picking its way carefully along the path to the sanctuary's main gathering area. Harry recognized Amelia Bones at the front, a square-jawed witch with a monocle and no-nonsense expression. Behind her came 2 younger officials Harry didn't know, followed by a familiar figure that made his heart leap. "Professor McGonagall," he called, waving enthusiastically. The stern-looking witch's face softened as she spotted him. After the dragon's rescue, Minerva McGonagall had become one of Harry's strongest advocates, visiting regularly and bringing books on magical theory that even a young wizard could understand. "Mr. Potter," she greeted him formally, though her eyes were warm. "Growing like a weed, I see." 3 inches since Christmas, Harry confirmed proudly. "Charlie says I might not be short forever." "We can certainly hope," McGonagall replied with the hint of a smile. Amelia Bones stepped forward, extending her hand to Harry. "Mr. Potter. Thank you for accommodating our visit." Harry shook her hand, appreciating that she spoke to him directly rather than over his head to Charlie. "You're welcome, Madam Bones. Would you like to meet the dragons?" "If they're amenable," she replied carefully. "They're expecting you," Harry said. Cloudwing and Nightfang asked to join the discussion. The junior officials exchanged nervous glances, but Amelia Bones merely nodded. Of course. They are, after all, your guardians in a magical sense. The group proceeded to the sanctuary's meeting area, a natural amphitheater where humans and dragons could converse comfortably. Cloudwing was already there, her pearly form gleaming in the morning sun. Nightfang arrived moments later, landing with surprising grace for his massive size. "Welcome, wizards," Cloudwing greeted them, her melodic voice carrying easily through Harry's translation magic. "You honor us with your presence." Amelia Bones, to her credit, didn't flinch at being addressed by a 30-foot dragon. "Thank you for receiving us. We've come to discuss Harry Potter's ongoing education and welfare." "Naturally," Nightfang rumbled. "The speaker's development concerns us all." The meeting proceeded more diplomatically than Harry had feared. Amelia Bones presented the ministry's position. While they respected the dragon guardianship, Harry needed formal wizarding education before attending Hogwarts at 11. "Our concern," she explained, "is that Mr. Potter will be at a disadvantage if his first exposure to wand magic comes simultaneously with attending Hogwarts." A valid concern, Cloudwing acknowledged, surprising Harry with her reasonableness. The speaker must indeed learn both traditions. "You agree?" Harry asked, betrayal coloring his voice. Cloudwing's multifaceted eyes softened as she regarded him. "Young speaker, did you think we wished to keep you from your human heritage? Dragons live long lives, we understand the value of broad learning." Harry flushed, embarrassed by his assumption. "Our objection," Nightfang clarified, "is not to wizard education but to separation. The speaker's connection to dragonkind must be maintained daily for proper development of his abilities." McGonagall leaned forward, interested. "Are you suggesting a combined approach?" "Precisely," Cloudwing confirmed. "The speaker should learn wand magic while continuing dragon studies." "But that would require specialized instruction," one of the junior officials protested. "A private tutor with clearance to visit the sanctuary regularly." "The logistics, I could teach him," McGonagall interrupted. "With the headmaster's permission, of course. 3 days weekly would be sufficient for fundamental instruction." Harry brightened immediately. "You would do that, Professor?" "I would consider it an honor, Mr. Potter," McGonagall replied. "You show remarkable aptitude in the theoretical work I've already shared with you." Amelia Bones considered this solution. "It's unorthodox, but so is everything about this situation. If Professor Dumbledore agrees, the ministry would find this arrangement acceptable." The remainder of the meeting focused on practical details, a schedule for McGonagall's visits, materials Harry would need, and assessments to track his progress. Throughout the discussion, Harry noticed the dragons exchanging meaningful glances, communicating in their own way beyond his translation abilities. After the ministry delegation departed, with McGonagall promising to return the following week to begin lessons, Harry confronted his dragon mentors. "You knew this would happen," he accused, though without real anger. "You planned for it." Cloudwing's eyes sparkled with amusement. "We anticipated it, yes. Dragons value strategy, young speaker. This outcome serves all interests, yours most importantly. The cat witch will teach you well," Nightfang added. Harry had learned this was the dragon's term for McGonagall, whose animagus ability had greatly impressed them. "She respects our ways and carries true knowledge." Harry flopped onto a sun-warmed rock, processing this development. "So I'm going to learn wand magic and dragon magic at the same time?" "As it should be," Cloudwing confirmed. "No dragon speaker in history has fully bridged both worlds. You have that opportunity." Charlie, who had remained silent through most of the official meeting, joined them with a grin. "Look on the bright side, if you mess up a transfiguration, McGonagall can't give you detention out here." Harry laughed, tension dissolving. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. The next 3 years passed in a whirlwind of learning and growth. True to her word, Professor McGonagall arrived 3 days weekly to instruct Harry in wizarding basics, transfiguration, her specialty, charms, basic potion making, magical theory, and wizarding culture. To everyone's surprise, Harry took to wand magic with the same natural aptitude he'd shown for dragon magic. His first wand, procured by Ollivander, who had made a special trip to the sanctuary, was holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. Curious, the wand maker had murmured upon seeing the wand choose Harry. Most curious indeed. When pressed, Ollivander had revealed the wand's core came from the same phoenix that had provided the core for Voldemort's wand, a connection that troubled Harry deeply until Cloudwing had offered her perspective. Magic recognizes magic, she had explained. The connection between wands means nothing about your character, young speaker. It speaks only to the depth of your magical potential. Dragon lessons continued in parallel. Harry learned their ancient language, history, and the unique magic that flowed between dragonkind and the natural world. By age 9, he could summon and control dragon fire, communicate telepathically with dragons across considerable distances, and sense magical presences in ways even experienced wizards couldn't. Weekends at the burrow kept him grounded in human connections. Ron became his best friend, the two boys bonding over Quidditch and wizard chess despite their very different upbringings. The twins, Fred and George, treated Harry as an honorary brother and co-conspirator in mischief. Even Percy, serious and rule-abiding, took an interest in Harry's educational progress. Ginny remained shy around Harry for years, though she gradually found her voice, especially when the topic turned to flying, an area where her natural talent matched Harry's own. Not everything was smooth, however. Harry's unique status made him a target for those with darker agendas. The first attempt came when Harry was 8, a seemingly innocuous gift delivered by Owl, addressed from an admirer. Charlie's security spells had detected the dark curse hidden within the package before Harry could open it. The second attempt, at 9, was more direct. A visitor to the sanctuary, claiming to be a dragonology researcher, had attempted to kidnap Harry during a routine tour. He'd been thwarted by Emberscale, the fierce Horntail who had maintained a protective watch over Harry since the Privet Drive incident. The would-be kidnapper had been apprehended and questioned, revealing connections to former Death Eaters who viewed Harry's dragon alliance as a threat to their dormant but still present cause. These incidents only strengthened the protective measures around Harry. The sanctuary's wards were reinforced, visitor screenings intensified, and Harry was rarely left without either dragon or human guardians nearby. Political pressures mounted as well. Dolores Umbridge continued her campaign against what she called the dangerous integration of beasts into wizarding affairs, using Harry's situation to promote stricter regulation of magical creatures. The boy is being influenced by primitive beast magic, she argued in Wisengamot sessions. His human development is being compromised by exposure to dragon influence. These attacks were countered by supporters like Dumbledore, McGonagall, and surprisingly, Augusta Longbottom, an influential Wisengamot elder who had taken a keen interest in Harry's case. Mr. Potter demonstrates exceptional magical control and maturity for his age, Longbottom had stated publicly. If this is the result of beast influence, perhaps we should be exposing more of our children to such guidance. Through it all, Harry continued growing and learning, developing a unique magical identity that straddled two worlds. His confidence built steadily, not from fame or special treatment, but from genuine accomplishment and the unconditional support of his unusual family. Focus, Mr. Potter, McGonagall instructed, watching as Harry attempted to transfigure a teacup into a tortoise for the third time. Visualization is key. At 10 years old, Harry had progressed far beyond normal pre-Hogwarts education, but animal transfiguration still challenged him. It's harder than dragon magic, Harry complained, wiping sweat from his brow. With dragons, I just feel what I want to happen. Wand magic is so technical. Precisely what makes it reliable, McGonagall countered. Dragon magic responds to emotion and intent. Wand magic requires discipline and precision. Both have their place. Harry sighed and tried again, concentrating on the detailed image of a tortoise in his mind while performing the complex wand movement. This time, the teacup shuddered and transformed, not into a perfect tortoise, but at least one without a floral pattern on its shell. Better, McGonagall approved. With practice, the precision will come naturally. Their lesson was interrupted by Charlie Weasley's arrival, his expression unusually serious. "Professor, sorry to interrupt, but Harry's got an important visitor." "Who?" Harry asked, setting down his wand. "Dumbledore," Charlie replied. "And he's brought someone with him." "A family." Harry exchanged puzzled glances with McGonagall as they followed Charlie to the sanctuary's reception area. There they found Albus Dumbledore in deep conversation with Cloudwing, while a round-faced boy about Harry's age stared at the dragon in undisguised awe. A stern-looking elderly woman stood beside him, her hand firmly on his shoulder. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "Thank you for accommodating our unexpected visit. May I introduce Augusta Longbottom and her grandson, Neville?" Harry recognized the name immediately. Augusta Longbottom had been one of his strongest advocates in the Wizengamot, though he'd never met her in person. "Hello," Harry said, extending his hand politely as Molly had taught him. "It's nice to meet you." Augusta Longbottom shook his hand with surprising strength. "Likewise, Mr. Potter. I've followed your progress with great interest." Neville stepped forward hesitantly, his round face flushed with nervousness. Hello," he stammered. "I'm Neville. It's an honor to meet you." Harry, uncomfortable with formality, grinned. "Just Harry is fine. Do you want to see the dragons up close?" "Cloudwing doesn't mind." Neville's eyes widened. "Really? I could touch one." "If Cloudwing agrees," Harry confirmed, glancing at the pearly dragon who inclined her head in assent. As Harry led Neville toward Cloudwing, showing him how to approach respectfully, the adults moved a short distance away for a private conversation. Harry, with his enhanced hearing, another gift from his dragon connection, caught fragments despite their lowered voices. "Certain he's showing signs now?" Dumbledore was asking. "Finally, yes," Augusta Longbottom replied. "After all the worry he might be a squib. But his magic is inconsistent. Unpredictable. And you believe exposure to Mr. Potter might help?" McGonagall's tone was skeptical. "I believe a friendship might benefit both boys," Augusta clarified. "Neville needs confidence. Harry needs connections to peers beyond the Weasleys. And given the connection between their circumstances." Harry wasn't sure what connection she meant, but his attention was drawn back to Neville, who had tentatively placed a hand on Cloudwing's offered foreclaw. "She's warm," Neville marveled. "I thought dragons would feel cold like reptiles." "Dragon fire burns within us always," Cloudwing explained, her translated voice gentle. "You have gentle hands, young plant speaker." Neville blinked in surprise. "Plant speaker?" "She can sense your magic," Harry explained. "Dragons perceive magical affinities. Apparently yours is with plants." "Gran says I'm good with the garden," Neville admitted. "But that's just boring old plants, not amazing creatures like dragons." "Plant magic is ancient and powerful," Cloudwing corrected him. "Life-giving, healing. Respected by dragonkind." Neville straightened slightly, pride touching his features perhaps for the first time. This initial meeting led to a new routine. Neville began visiting the sanctuary bi-weekly, usually during Harry's magic lessons with McGonagall. Though struggling with confidence and conventional wand work, Neville showed surprising aptitude for magical herbology, even identifying several rare plants growing in the sanctuary that had healing properties for dragons. For Harry, the friendship offered something he hadn't realized he was missing, a peer who understood the burden of expectation. Where Harry was famous for surviving Voldemort's attack, Neville carried the weight of his family's distinguished magical lineage and his parents' heroic legacy. "Gran always compares me to my dad," Neville confided one afternoon as they explored the sanctuary's southern caves. He was an amazing wizard, brave and powerful. I'm just, me. At least you have memories of your family to live up to, Harry pointed out. I don't remember my parents at all. Sometimes that seems easier, Neville admitted. Not having them around but still having to be exactly like them. Their shared understanding created a bond different from Harry's friendship with Ron or his relationships with the dragons. With Neville, Harry could express doubts he kept hidden from others, fears about starting Hogwarts, worries about living up to his reputation, confusion about his role in the wizarding world. As Harry's 11th birthday approached, these concerns intensified. His Hogwarts letter would arrive soon, making official what had been planned for years. He would attend the wizarding school while maintaining his connection to the Dragon Sanctuary. What if I don't fit in? He asked Cloudwing one evening as they watched the sunset from their favorite outcrop. I'm not like other wizarding children. You are unique, Cloudwing acknowledged. But that is strength, not weakness. You bridge worlds, young speaker. Few are granted such opportunity. But what if the other kids think I'm weird? Or what if they only care about me being the boy who lived? Cloudwing considered this seriously. Some will see only your fame, she agreed. Others will fear your difference. True friends will value you for yourself, as the Weasley children and young Neville do. Harry leaned against her warm scales, drawing comfort from her presence. I wish you could come with me. I will always be with you in spirit, Cloudwing assured him. And we have arranged for you to return monthly for continued dragon lessons. This compromise had been negotiated after lengthy discussions between Dumbledore, the dragons, and the Ministry. Harry would attend Hogwarts normally but would be permitted to return to the sanctuary one weekend each month via special flow connection. It won't be the same, Harry said mournfully. Change is necessary for growth, Cloudwing reminded him. Remember what Nightfang teaches. Dragons who never leave their hatching grounds never discover their full wingspan. Harry nodded reluctantly, recognizing the wisdom in her words even as he dreaded the coming separation. Harry's 11th birthday arrived with the traditional Hogwarts letter, delivered not by Owl but by Hagrid himself, who arrived at the sanctuary on ministry business and stayed to celebrate the occasion. Blimey, Harry, the half-giant exclaimed, looking around in wonder. Yevi got a proper dragon paradise here. The Weasleys came too, bringing presents and Molly's legendary birthday cake. Even Neville appeared with his grandmother, shyly offering Harry a rare plant he'd grown himself, a miniature whomping willow contained in a special enchanted pot. It won't get big enough to actually hurt anyone, Neville assured him. But it'll keep your belongings safe at Hogwarts. Just teach it to recognize your touch. The day was filled with laughter, flying demonstrations from the dragons, and impromptu Quidditch matches. Harry, who had developed into an exceptional flyer under Charlie's tutelage, delighted in showing off aerial maneuvers that made Molly gasp with maternal concern. As evening approached, however, a more solemn gathering took place. The dragons assembled in the central meeting area for what Nightfang called, the naming, a traditional ceremony for young dragon speakers coming of age. In the ancient tradition, Nightfang announced to the assembled humans and dragons, a speaker receives their dragon name upon reaching maturity. This name reflects their essence and connects them forever to dragonkind. Harry stood alone in the center of the circle, nervous but proud. He had practiced the ceremonial responses for weeks. I stand before the Dragon Council, he recited in the dragon language, his voice clear in the still evening air. I seek the wisdom of my ancestors and the blessing of my kin. We see you, young one, the dragons responded in unison, their voices creating a harmonic that vibrated through the ground. Nightfang approached first, touching his massive snout gently to Harry's forehead. I name you Fireheart, for the courage that burns within you even in darkness. Ember's Kale came next, her fierce demeanor softened for the ceremony. I name you Stormwing, for your mastery of the skies and your resilient spirit. One by one, the 7 elder dragons offered names, each capturing an aspect of Harry's character or abilities. Finally, Cloudwing approached, her pearly scales luminous in the fading light. I name you Skyspeaker, she declared, for your voice bridges earth and sky, human and dragon, past and future. A hush fell over the gathering. Even the humans, who couldn't understand the dragon language directly, sensed the significance of this final naming. Sky Speaker, Nightfang confirmed. It is decided. Harry felt something shift within his magic, a settling, a recognition. The name wasn't just a title but a magical identity, a core truth recognized by dragon magic. I am Sky Speaker, he acknowledged, completing the ceremony. I carry this name with honor. As the formal proceedings concluded, the humans approached to congratulate Harry, though only Charlie fully understood what had transpired. Sky Speaker, he said with a grin. That's a powerful naming, Harry. The dragons must have high expectations for you. What does it mean? Ron asked curiously. It's complicated, Harry tried to explain. It's like, they're recognizing something in me that I'm meant to become. Someone who connects different worlds. Bridges between communities are sorely needed, Dumbledore observed quietly, having watched the ceremony with evident fascination. Perhaps especially now. What do you mean, Professor? Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. The wizarding world changes slowly, Harry. Your unique position, beloved by humans, protected by dragons, represents a challenge to long-established boundaries between magical beings. Is that why Umbridge hates me so much? Harry asked bluntly. Hate is perhaps too strong a word, Dumbledore replied, though his eyes suggested otherwise. Let us say she represents those who prefer traditional separations between magical communities. Well, I think it's brilliant, Ron declared loyally. Wait till everyone at Hogwarts finds out you've got a proper dragon name. Harry hadn't considered how this development would affect his reception at school. The thought of more attention made him uncomfortable. Perhaps, McGonagall suggested, reading his expression accurately, this is something to share selectively, Mr. Potter. Your dragon identity is a personal matter, not public entertainment. Harry nodded gratefully. I'd prefer that, Professor. As the celebration wound down and guests began departing, Harry sought out Cloudwing for a private moment. Why Sky Speaker? He asked curiously. The other names I understood, they're about things I can already do. But this one feels different. Cloudwing's multifaceted eyes studied him thoughtfully. Some names recognize what is. Others name what will be. Yours is both, young one. You have already begun building bridges between worlds, but your greatest work lies ahead. During Hogwarts, you mean? During your lifetime, Cloudwing clarified. Dragons see longer patterns than humans typically perceive. Your destiny extends beyond school years. Harry absorbed this soberly. Does this have to do with Voldemort? With why he tried to kill me as a baby? It was a question he'd asked before, receiving only partial answers from both Dumbledore and the dragons. Your connection to the Dark Wizard is one thread in a larger tapestry, Cloudwing replied carefully. He will return, Sky Speaker. And when he does, your dragon nature will be as important as your wizard training. But why? Why did he come after me in the first place? Cloudwing sighed, a gust of warm air ruffling Harry's hair. There was a prophecy, one concerning both of you. Dumbledore knows its full content, though he believes you too young for this knowledge. And you? Do you think I'm too young? Harry challenged. Dragons measure readiness differently than humans, Cloudwing replied. I believe you have the capacity to understand, but such knowledge carries burden. The choice of when to bear it should be yours. Harry considered this carefully. Part of him burned to demand the prophecy immediately, finally understanding why his parents had died, why he bore the famous scar. Yet another part, perhaps the wiser part influenced by years of dragon teaching, recognized the value of proper timing. After my first year at Hogwarts, he decided finally. When I come back next summer. I want to know everything then. Cloudwing inclined her head. A wise compromise. Until then, focus on building your strength and knowledge in both worlds. As Harry prepared for bed that night in his cliffside dwelling, he found himself at a threshold between childhood and whatever came next. The dragon ceremony had marked a passage, acknowledging growth already achieved while pointing toward future responsibilities. Tomorrow would bring the practical preparations for Hogwarts, a trip to Diagon Alley with Hagrid, officially entering the wizarding public for the first time since the Dursleys' trial years ago. Harry both dreaded and anticipated the attention, the questions, the inevitable stares. But tonight, he was still just Harry, Sky Speaker to the dragons, son of the Weasleys in all but blood, friend to Neville, student of McGonagall. His identity had become rich and complex, built from love and learning rather than tragedy and fame. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry realized something important: he was no longer afraid of the future. Whatever challenges Hogwarts brought, whatever destiny awaited regarding Voldemort, he faced it not as an orphaned, abused child, but as someone with family, training, and purpose. The dragons had given him far more than rescue. They had given him belonging. Diagon Alley was exactly as chaotic as Harry had feared. It's him. It's Harry Potter. Look at the scar. Is it true he lives with dragons? The whispers followed him from Gringotts to Madame Malkin's, growing in volume and boldness. Hagrid did his best to shield Harry from the worst of it, his massive form creating a buffer between the boy and the curious crowds. Shoulda brought a dragon with ya, Hagrid joked as they squeezed into Flourish and Blots. That'd give him something real to stare at. Harry grinned despite his discomfort. Cloudwing offered, but Professor Dumbledore thought it might cause a panic. Right, sensible of him, Hagrid agreed. Though I wouldn't ha minded meetin' her properly. The morning passed in a whirlwind of purchases, robes, potion supplies, books, and other necessities for Hogwarts. Harry, who had received a generous stipend from his parents' vault, insisted on buying extras of everything he might need to minimize trips to Diagon Alley during the school year. It was in Flourish and Blots that Harry experienced his first truly uncomfortable confrontation. As he browsed the magical creatures section, looking for books on dragons not already in the sanctuary's library, a drawling voice interrupted his concentration. So it's true then. Potter's back in the wizarding world. Harry turned to find a pale boy with slick-back blonde hair watching him with undisguised curiosity. Two larger boys flanked him like bodyguards. I'm Draco Malfoy, the boy continued, extending his hand. My father says you've been living with dragons all these years. Is that true, or just another ridiculous rumor? Harry hesitated before shaking the offered hand. It's partly true. I split my time between the Dragon Sanctuary and my adoptive family. The Weasleys, Draco said, his tone making the name sound like something distasteful. Father says they're blood traders with more children than money. Harry's expression cooled instantly. The Weasleys are good people who took me in when I needed family. I'd appreciate it if you didn't insult them. Draco seemed taken aback by Harry's directness. No offense intended, he said, though his tone suggested otherwise. I'm simply repeating what's commonly said. Maybe you should form your own opinions, Harry suggested. Rather than repeating your father's. The two larger boys shifted menacingly, but Draco held up a hand to stop them. His gray eyes studied Harry with new calculation. Interesting, he remarked. You're not what I expected, Potter. My father says your unusual upbringing might have given you a skewed perspective on proper wizarding values. And what are proper wizarding values? Harry asked, genuinely curious despite his irritation. Tradition. Respect for magical heritage. Understanding the natural order of things, pureblood families leading, magical creatures in their proper place. Harry thought about how Nightfang, with his thousands of years of wisdom, or Cloudwing with her deep magical knowledge, would respond to being relegated to their proper place. The idea was so absurd he nearly laughed. I think we might disagree on that natural order, Harry said carefully. In my experience, magical ability and wisdom don't follow bloodlines or species consistently. Draco's expression suggested he'd confirmed some suspicion. You'll find that perspective isn't widely shared at Hogwarts, Potter. You might want to consider carefully who you associate with. I generally choose friends who judge others by character rather than ancestry, Harry replied pointedly. Tension crackled between them until Hagrid's massive form appeared at the end of the aisle. "All right, there, Harry," he called. "Found what you needed?" Draco stepped back, eyeing Hagrid with undisguised disdain. "We'll continue this discussion at school, Potter. You'll find there are advantages to the right sort of friendships." As Draco and his companions departed, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The encounter left him unsettled, not because Draco had been particularly threatening, but because it highlighted how different his worldview might be from many at Hogwarts. "Trouble?" Hagrid asked, frowning after the departing boys. "Just meeting Draco Malfoy," Harry explained. "He seems to have strong opinions about blood status and magical creatures." Hagrid's expression darkened. "Ah, Malfoys. Whole families the same, think they're better than everyone else cause they're so-called pure blood. His father, Lucius, was right in with you-know-whose lot, though he claimed Imperius afterward." This information added context to Draco's attitudes. "He seemed surprised that I didn't agree with him." "Course he was," Hagrid chuckled. "Probably expected the famous Harry Potter to be all high and mighty, not someone who considers dragons and half-giants his friends." Harry smiled at Hagrid's simple but accurate assessment. His loss, then. Their final stop was Ollivander's, where Harry needed wand polish and a proper carrying holster for school. The eccentric wand maker remembered him from their first meeting years ago. "Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, Ollivander recited immediately upon seeing Harry. "How has it served you, Mr. Potter?" "Very well, sir," Harry replied, drawing the wand to show its condition. "Professor McGonagall says my wand work is advanced for my age." "As one would expect," Ollivander murmured, examining the wand with professional interest. "You've cared for it properly, I see. But there's something curious about your magical signature now." Harry tensed slightly. "Sir. When you first received this wand, your magic was purely wizard in nature, exceptional, yes, but recognizable. Now there's something different interwoven with it. Something ancient." Ollivander's silver eyes fixed on Harry. "Dragon magic, perhaps?" "I've been training with dragons," Harry admitted cautiously. "More than training, I should think," Ollivander observed. "The magic has become part of you, Mr. Potter. Most fascinating. I wonder how it will affect your spellcasting at Hogwarts." This question had occurred to Harry as well. McGonagall had noted that his wand work sometimes produced unexpected effects, spells amplified beyond normal levels or manifesting with subtle differences from standard results. "Is it a problem?" Harry asked. "A problem?" No, Ollivander assured him. "Simply unprecedented in modern times. The ancient wizards worked more closely with magical creatures, their magic was often blended in ways we've forgotten. You're reviving an old tradition, Mr. Potter, whether you realize it or not." This perspective was comforting. Harry wasn't deficient in wizard magic, he was accessing something older, perhaps more fundamental. By late afternoon, their shopping completed, Harry and Hagrid stopped for ice cream at Florian Fortescue's. Tired from constant stares and whispers, Harry was grateful for the momentary respite. "Ya handled it well," Hagrid commented, demolishing a massive sundae. "The attention, I mean. Can't be easy." Harry shrugged, poking at his own ice cream. "I've had practice with visitors at the sanctuary. Everyone wants to meet the boy who lived with dragons." "It'll die down at Hogwarts," Hagrid assured him. "After the first week or so, you'll just be another student." "I hope so," Harry said, though he wasn't convinced. Between his famous scar and his unusual upbringing, normalcy seemed unlikely. Yeah, no, Hagrid said thoughtfully, your parents would be right proud of ya, Harry. Not just survivin' that night, but how ye've grown up, kind, brave, respectful to all creatures. That's what really matters, not all this boy who lived nonsense. Harry smiled, touched by Hagrid's sincerity. Thanks, Hagrid. That means a lot. As they finished their treats and prepared to return to the sanctuary, Harry reflected on the day's experiences, his first real immersion in the broader wizarding world beyond his protected environments. It had been overwhelming, occasionally uncomfortable, but also exciting. Hogwarts would bring challenges, social, academic, and personal. But he felt ready to face them, grounded in the identity he'd built over years with his unusual family. He was Harry Potter, yes, the boy who lived. But he was also Sky Speaker, dragon friend, Weasley by choice, student of two magical traditions. That complexity was his strength, not his weakness. The final weeks before Hogwarts passed in a flurry of preparation and farewells. Harry divided his time between the sanctuary and the burrow, conscious that this familiar pattern would soon change dramatically. At the sanctuary, the dragons intensified their lessons, imparting as much knowledge as possible before his departure. Nightfang focused on magical history from the dragon perspective, events and figures unknown to wizard historians. Emberscale taught combat magic, defensive techniques utilizing Harry's unique abilities. Cloudwing concentrated on mental disciplines, meditation, occlumency, and the telepathic communication Harry would need to maintain contact from Hogwarts. Your mind must remain open to us, she explained during their final lesson. Distance weakens the connection, but discipline strengthens it. Harry sat cross-legged on their favorite outcrop, eyes closed, focusing on the mental pathway that connected him to Cloudwing. Will I be able to reach you from Hogwarts? With practice, yes. The castle's magic is old and complex, it may interfere initially. But your ability grows stronger each year. This reassurance eased one of Harry's greatest concerns, being cut off from his dragon family. The monthly sanctuary visits would help, but knowing he could communicate telepathically, even limitedly, provided additional comfort. At the burrow, the atmosphere was equally busy but more chaotic. Ron's excitement about starting Hogwarts was infectious, his endless questions about houses and classes distracting Harry from his own anxieties. Fred and George say we have to wrestle a troll for the sorting, Ron informed him seriously one evening as they packed their trunks. But Percy says that's rubbish. Definitely rubbish, Harry confirmed, having learned about the sorting hat from McGonagall. Though we're not supposed to tell anyone exactly how it works, tradition, apparently. So you know. Ron looked disappointed. No fair. Charlie probably told you. McGonagall, actually, Harry admitted. Part of my wizard culture lessons. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous or difficult. Ron seemed relieved. Good. My magic's still a bit wonky sometimes. Fred turned my teddy bear into a spider when I was 3, and I've hated the creepy things ever since. These casual conversations, sharing fears, swapping stories, debating Quidditch teams, normalized the approaching transition. With Ron, Harry wasn't the boy who lived or Sky Speaker, he was just Harry, a friend excited and nervous about starting school. 2 days before their departure for Hogwarts, an unexpected visitor arrived at the sanctuary, Albus Dumbledore, looking serious despite his colorful robes. Harry, my boy, the headmaster greeted him. Might we have a word in private? They settled in Harry's cliff dwelling, Dumbledore politely declining tea from the automatic service Charlie had enchanted as a parting gift. I wanted to speak with you before the term begins, Dumbledore explained. About certain expectations you may encounter at Hogwarts. Harry nodded, having anticipated this conversation. Because of who I am. Precisely. You will face scrutiny from all quarters, students curious about the legend, teachers evaluating your unusual educational background, ministry officials monitoring your progress. And people connected to Voldemort, Harry added quietly. Watching for weaknesses. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You've been well prepared, I see. The dragons don't believe in sheltering me from truth, Harry explained. They say knowledge is protection. A wise perspective, though sometimes difficult to balance with allowing childhood innocence, Dumbledore sighed. Nevertheless, you are correct. There are those at Hogwarts with connections to Voldemort's former circle. They will observe you carefully. Like Draco Malfoy's father? I met Draco in Diagon Alley. Among others, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. Which brings me to my concern. Your dragon abilities, while extraordinary, may attract unwanted attention. I would advise discretion regarding their full extent. Harry frowned. You want me to hide what I can do? Not hide, Dumbledore clarified. Simply exercise judgment about when and where you demonstrate these abilities. Your monthly visits to the sanctuary will remain private knowledge, only staff and those you choose to tell will be aware of this arrangement. I understand, Harry said, though part of him rebelled at concealing such a fundamental aspect of himself. But I won't pretend I don't have a connection with dragons if asked directly. I would never suggest dishonesty, Dumbledore assured him. Merely prudence. There are complex political currents surrounding magical creature relations. Your unique position makes you a focal point for these tensions. Harry thought of Umbridge and her campaign against beast influence. Because some people think dragons are dangerous creatures, not intelligent beings with their own culture. Precisely. Change comes slowly to the wizarding world, Harry. Your very existence challenges centuries of assumptions about the relationship between wizards and magical creatures. This framing helped Harry understand the larger context of Dumbledore's concern. His situation wasn't just about personal safety but about broader implications for magical society. I'll be careful, he promised. But I won't deny who I am or what I believe. Dumbledore smiled, his blue eyes twinkling. I would expect nothing less. Your mother had the same unwavering moral compass, a quality I greatly admired in her. The mention of his mother caught Harry's attention. You knew her well. I had the privilege of knowing both your parents as students, then as members of the Order of the Phoenix, an organization that opposed Voldemort during the war. Dumbledore's expression softened with memory. Lily was brilliantly talented, compassionate but fierce when defending those she loved. James was courageous, loyal, occasionally mischievous but fundamentally honorable. Harry absorbed these details hungrily. Despite years of occasional stories from those who had known them, each new perspective on his parents felt like a precious gift. You have qualities of both, Dumbledore observed. Along with strengths entirely your own. Their conversation shifted to more practical matters, how Harry's unusual education might affect his class placement, arrangements for his monthly sanctuary visits, and contingency plans should his dragon abilities manifest unexpectedly at school. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, he paused at the doorway. One last thing, Harry. I believe you've been told a prophecy exists regarding you and Voldemort. Harry straightened, surprised. Cloudwing mentioned it. She said you knew the details. I do, Dumbledore confirmed. And I understand you've requested to learn its contents next summer. Yes, sir. I thought I should get through my first year at Hogwarts first. Get used to being there before taking on more. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. A remarkably mature decision. I simply wanted to say that I agree with your timeline. When you return next summer, we will discuss the prophecy fully. After Dumbledore departed, Harry sought out Cloudwing, finding her at their usual meeting place watching the sunset. Dumbledore says I should be careful about showing my dragon abilities at Hogwarts, he reported, settling beside her warm flank. Wise counsel, Cloudwing acknowledged. Though perhaps motivated by his own concerns as much as yours. Harry glanced up, curious. What do you mean? Albus Dumbledore walks a complex path, Cloudwing explained. He genuinely cares for your welfare, but he also navigates political currents we glimpse only partially. Your connection to dragonkind represents both opportunity and complication for his larger strategies. You don't trust him? Harry asked, surprised. I trust his intentions, Cloudwing clarified. But dragons and wizards have different perspectives on time and necessity. What seems urgently important to a human may appear differently to a being who measures life in centuries. Harry pondered this distinction. So you think he has plans for me that extend beyond Hogwarts? Because of the prophecy? All mentors have hopes for their students' futures, Cloudwing replied diplomatically. Some plan more actively than others to shape those outcomes. This perspective gave Harry pause. He respected Dumbledore greatly, but Cloudwing's gentle warning reinforced something the dragons had taught him from the beginning, to think independently, to question even respected authorities. I'll remember that, he promised. I won't just follow anyone's path blindly, not even Dumbledore's. Cloudwing's multifaceted eyes gleamed with approval. That, young skyspeaker, is perhaps the most important lesson we could impart. September 1st arrived with mixed emotions for Harry. The Weasleys had insisted he spend his final night before Hogwarts at the burrow, making his departure to King's Cross a family affair. While touched by their inclusiveness, Harry had found it difficult to leave the sanctuary the previous evening. His farewell to the dragons had been emotional but restrained. Dragon culture didn't embrace demonstrative goodbyes. Instead, each dragon had offered a formal acknowledgement of his departure and a wish for his return. Only with Cloudwing had Harry allowed his composure to slip slightly. I'm going to miss you, he had admitted as they shared a final sunset together. And I you, young skyspeaker, she had replied, her mental voice warm with affection. But separation is necessary for growth. When you return at Samhain, you will bring new knowledge and experiences to our lessons. Samhain isn't that far away, Harry had agreed, trying to convince himself as much as her. The arrangement for his first sanctuary visit had been timed to coincide with Halloween, a date chosen deliberately to give Harry positive associations with the anniversary of his parents' deaths. Now, standing on platform 9 3/4 amid the chaos of departing students and emotional families, Harry felt the reality of this transition fully. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the platform, steam billowing as students scrambled to find compartments. Got everything, dear? Molly fussed, straightening Harry's jacket for the third time. Enough warm clothes? The Highlands get chilly early in the season. I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, Harry assured her, tolerating her ministrations with good humor. Charlie packed me enough clothes for 3 winters. Write to us after your first week, Arthur instructed, clasping Harry's shoulder warmly. We want to hear everything, classes, teachers, new friends. And remember, Fred interjected with a mischievous grin, the entrance to the kitchens is, behind the painting of fruit, George finished. Tickle the pear. Boys. Molly scolded. Don't encourage rule-breaking before they've even arrived. Percy stepped forward, head boy badge gleaming impressively. If you need any assistance navigating the castle or understanding school protocols, my door is always open. Thanks, Percy, Harry said sincerely. Despite the older boy's sometimes pompous manner, Harry appreciated his reliable support. Ginny, who would begin Hogwarts the following year, looked wistful. Bring me back something from Hogsmeade, she requested, then blushed. I mean, when you're allowed to go in 3rd year. I will, Harry promised, smiling at her. Final goodbyes exchanged, Harry and Ron boarded the train, finding an empty compartment toward the rear. As they settled in, waving to the Weasleys through the window, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions, excitement, nervousness, and a twinge of loss for what he was leaving behind. The train lurched forward, beginning its journey north. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as Cloudwing had taught him. This wasn't an ending but a beginning, another chapter in his unusual life. Mental, isn't it? Ron commented, breaking into Harry's thoughts. Actually going to Hogwarts after hearing about it for years. Harry smiled, grateful for Ron's uncomplicated zero-ed enthusiasm. Yeah, it's finally happening. Their compartment door slid open to reveal Neville Longbottom, looking flustered. Can I join you? Everywhere else is filling up. Course, Harry welcomed him. Ron, this is Neville. Neville, Ron Weasley. The boys had just begun comparing their expectations for the sorting when the compartment door opened again. This time a bushy-haired girl with rather large front teeth peered in. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one, she announced in a bossy voice. I'm Neville, he admitted sheepishly. And yes, I've lost Trevor again. The girl's attention shifted to Harry, her eyes widening slightly as she noticed his scar. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. Those books aren't very accurate, Harry replied uncomfortably. They were written before anyone knew where I was living or what I was doing. Oh. The girl looked momentarily flustered before rallying. Well, I suppose first-hand accounts are more reliable. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. No one in my family's magical at all, it was ever such a surprise when I got my letter. Her rapid-fire delivery left little room for response before she continued, you should change into your robes soon. I expect we'll be arriving shortly. With that whirlwind introduction, she departed as suddenly as she'd appeared, presumably to continue searching for Neville's toad. Bit intense, that one, Ron observed after she left. She's just nervous, Harry suggested. Imagine coming into all this knowing nothing about magic beforehand. Their journey continued with periodic interruptions, curious students finding excuses to pass their compartment, hoping to glimpse the boy who lived. Draco Malfoy made another appearance, reiterating his offer of friendship with slightly more political finesse than in Flourish and Blots. You'll find some wizarding families have maintained traditions and connections worth accessing, he suggested smoothly. I could introduce you to the right people. I appreciate the offer, Harry replied neutrally, but I prefer making friends based on character rather than connections. Draco's pale eyes narrowed slightly. That attitude might have worked with dragons, Potter, but Hogwarts operates differently. Remember my offer when you figure that out. After Malfoy departed with his ever-present bodyguards, Ron exhaled dramatically. Blimey, what a prat. His whole family's dark, you know. Dad says Lucius Malfoy claimed to be under the Imperius curse during you-know-whose reign, but no one really believed him. So I've heard, Harry acknowledged. But I try not to judge people solely by their families. He thought of his own relatives, the Dursleys, and how different he was from them. As the train journey continued, Harry found himself comparing his three new acquaintances, Ron with his straightforward loyalty, Neville with his quiet determination despite obvious insecurities, and Hermione with her eager intelligence and apparent need to prove herself. Each represented different aspects of the wizarding world he was entering. Darkness fell as the Hogwarts Express traveled northward. The countryside outside their window transformed from gentle fields to wild, rugged terrain. Harry felt a familiar tingling in his magic as they approached Scotland. Dragon territories were concentrated in these highlands, and his enhanced senses recognized the magical signatures. We're getting close, he commented, more to himself than his companions. How can you tell? Neville asked curiously. Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Just a feeling, he said finally. The magic in the air changes as we get farther north. Ron, accustomed to Harry's unusual perceptions, simply nodded. Neville looked impressed but asked no further questions. When they finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the first years were separated from older students and led by Hagrid toward the traditional boat journey across the lake. Harry found himself sharing a boat with Ron, Neville, and Hermione, who had returned from her toad-hunting mission. As their small fleet glided across the dark water, Hogwarts came into view, a majestic castle perched atop a cliff, windows blazing with welcoming light. A collective gasp arose from the first years. For Harry, the castle presented an unexpected sensation. Its ancient magic reached out to him, ancient and complex, reminiscent of dragon magic but distinctly different. He felt layers upon layers of enchantments, protections, illusions, charms laid down by generations of witches and wizards. "It's alive," he whispered in wonder. "What?" Ron asked, turning from his own awestruck contemplation of the castle. "The castle," Harry explained softly. "Its magic is almost conscious. Can't you feel it?" Ron shook his head, but Hermione leaned forward with interest. "You can sense the castle's magic? How fascinating." "Hogwarts, a history mentions the founder's enchantments being semi-sentient, but I didn't realize they would be perceptible." Harry realized he'd revealed more than intended and backtracked slightly. "It's probably just excitement. Ignore me." The boats docked at an underground harbor, and Hagrid led them up a stone staircase to where Professor McGonagall waited to escort them into the Great Hall. Her familiar presence reassured Harry, who exchanged a quick smile with his longtime teacher. The sorting ceremony proceeded much as McGonagall had described in Harry's lessons. The ancient hat sang its song, explaining the four houses and their values. Then, one by one, students were called forward to be sorted. Hermione went to Gryffindor after nearly a minute under the hat, apparently a hatstall, as wizards called it. Neville, to his obvious surprise, also joined Gryffindor. Malfoy was sorted instantly into Slytherin, confirming everyone's expectations. When McGonagall called Potter, Harry, the Great Hall fell silent. All eyes tracked his progress to the stool, whispers following in his wake. Harry forced himself to walk confidently, remembering Nightfang's advice about projecting calm regardless of internal uncertainty. The hat dropped over his eyes, and a small voice spoke in his ear. Well, what have we here?" "Harry Potter, yes, but so much more than the legends suggest. My, a dragon speaker. I haven't sorted one of your kind in centuries." "You know about dragon speakers?" Harry thought back, surprised. "I was created by the founders, Mr. Potter. Godric Gryffindor himself had dragon allies, though not your level of integration." "Fascinating, truly fascinating." The hat seemed to be examining Harry's memories and abilities with interest. "Such courage, yes, and loyalty too. A fine mind when you apply it, and ambition, oh my, yes, a desire to prove yourself worthy of both your heritages. Where to put you?" "I'd like to be with my friends," Harry thought tentatively. "Ah, but which friends? The ones you've made, or the ones you've yet to discover? You could flourish in any house, you know." Harry considered this carefully. "I want to be where I can best bridge different worlds. That's what the dragons named me for, Sky Speaker." The hat seemed to chuckle. "A noble aspiration. In that case, better be Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, Fred and George leading a chant of, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry removed the hat and walked to join his new house, relief washing over him as he took a seat between Neville and an older student. Ron joined them shortly after, the hat barely touching his red hair before declaring him another Gryffindor. The Weasley tradition continued unbroken. As the feast appeared before them, a spread more lavish than anything Harry had seen at the burrow or sanctuary, Harry took a moment to absorb the reality of his situation. He had officially begun the next phase of his unusual life, stepping further into the wizarding world while maintaining his dragon connections. Somewhere in the Highlands of Wales, he knew Cloudwing would be sensing his emotions through their bond. He sent a deliberate thought her way, a feeling of cautious optimism, of new beginnings layered over foundational certainties. The faintest echo of response came back, warmth, pride, and reassurance. The distance strained their connection, but it remained intact. Harry was not alone, even here among hundreds of wizards and witches. He was Sky Speaker, bridging worlds. His journey at Hogwarts was just beginning. Harry's first month at Hogwarts brought unexpected challenges and adjustments. While his advanced preparation had given him academic advantages in most classes, the social dynamics proved more complex than he had anticipated. His fame created a barrier. Students either stared from a distance or approached with transparent curiosity about his unusual upbringing. Questions about dragons followed him constantly, ranging from respectful interest to sensationalist fishing for stories. Is it true you can breathe fire? Did you really ride a Hungarian horntail when you were 7? Can you turn into a dragon? My cousin said you can. Harry handled these inquiries with practiced patience, correcting misconceptions while maintaining the discretion Dumbledore had advised. Yes, he had lived at a dragon sanctuary. No, he couldn't transform into a dragon. Yes, he understood their language, but through magical translation rather than physically speaking Dragonish. The classes themselves proved a mixed experience. In Transfiguration, McGonagall treated him exactly as she had during their private lessons, with high expectations and no special accommodations. Harry appreciated her consistency, even when she assigned him extra reading to challenge his advanced understanding. Charms with Professor Flitwick was immediately enjoyable. The diminutive professor's enthusiasm and practical approach resonated with Harry's learning style. When Harry's first levitation charm lifted his feather to the ceiling and kept it hovering with unusual stability, Flitwick had clapped in delight. Excellent control, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor for perfect execution. Herbology proved surprising. Despite Harry's connection to elemental magic through his dragon training, plants were not his natural affinity. Neville, however, demonstrated unexpected talent, his gentle touch coaxing cooperation from even temperamental specimens like bouncing bulbs. You have a gift, Harry told him sincerely after Neville successfully repotted a particularly aggressive seedling that had bitten 3 other students. Neville blushed but stood straighter. Gran says I get it from my mum. She was brilliant at herbology too. Defense against the dark arts should have been fascinating but proved disappointingly theoretical. Professor Quirrell, a nervous man with a pronounced stutter, focused on textbook readings rather than practical applications. Something about the professor made Harry uneasy, though he couldn't identify exactly what triggered this response. Mr. P. Potter, Quirrell had called during their first lesson. Perhaps you could tell us if D-dragons have natural D-defenses against dark magic. The question seemed innocuous, but Harry felt an odd pressure behind it, as though Quirrell was probing for specific information rather than general knowledge. Dragons have natural magical resistance, Harry had answered carefully. Their scales repel most spells, and their innate magic provides additional protection against curses. But they're not immune to everything. Quirrell had nodded, his eyes briefly sharpening with interest before resuming their usual watery vagueness. Very good. 10 points to G. Gryffindor. The moment had passed, but Harry remained cautious around the defense professor thereafter. History of Magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, was universally acknowledged as the most boring class. Harry found himself supplementing Binns's Goblin Rebellion lectures with the dragon perspective on historical events. Nightfang had witnessed many of these conflicts firsthand, offering insights no textbook contained. Potions, however, proved the most challenging course, not academically but interpersonally. Professor Snape, the sallow-faced potions master, had taken an immediate and inexplicable dislike to Harry. Their first lesson had set the tone. Snape had subjected Harry to a series of advanced questions clearly intended to embarrass him, seeming annoyed when Harry answered most correctly thanks to his pre-Hogwarts education. Fame clearly isn't everything, Snape had sneered when Harry couldn't identify the most obscure ingredient. Perhaps spending time with creatures has left gaps in your supposedly advanced education. The comment had stung, not because Harry cared about Snape's opinion of him personally, but because it disparaged his dragon mentors. He had managed to maintain his composure, remembering Cloudwing's teachings about emotional control. Outside of classes, Harry was gradually forming friendships beyond Ron. Neville became a quiet but constant companion, his knowledge of magical plants complementing Harry's understanding of magical creatures. Their shared history of unusual childhoods, Neville raised by his stern grandmother after his parents were incapacitated, a term Harry sensed concealed a painful story, created an unspoken bond. Hermione Granger remained on the periphery initially, her intense academic focus and sometimes bossy manner creating distance between her and other Gryffindors. Harry recognized her eagerness as compensating for insecurity, a Muggle-born trying to prove she belonged in this magical world. The situation changed dramatically during a charms lesson in October. Ron, frustrated by his inability to master the levitation charm, had made a cutting remark about Hermione being a nightmare with no friends. Hermione had overheard and disappeared, reportedly crying in the girls' bathroom. That evening at the Halloween feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall announcing a troll in the dungeons before fainting dramatically. As prefects led students back to dormitories, Harry realized something crucial. Hermione doesn't know about the troll, he told Ron urgently. She's still in the bathroom. Ron's face paled with guilt. We've got to find her. Their decision to seek Hermione rather than following prefects to safety was impulsive but honorable. Finding the troll already in the bathroom with a terrified Hermione had elevated a rescue mission to a life-or-death situation. What happened next would reshape their relationship permanently. Harry, acting on instinct honed by years of dragon training, had called upon his elemental magic. As the troll raised its club to strike, Harry had extended his hands and commanded Pyrodraconium. A controlled burst of dragon fire, not the simple flame he'd shown Charlie years ago but a directed stream of pearlescent energy, had shot from his palms, striking the troll's club. The wood had ignited instantly, causing the creature to drop its weapon in confusion and pain. This distraction had given Ron the opportunity to use the levitation charm correctly for the first time, raising the burning club and dropping it onto the troll's head, rendering the creature unconscious. The aftermath had been complicated. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell had arrived to find an unconscious troll, a burning club, and 3 first-years in varying states of shock. Explain yourselves. McGonagall had demanded, though her eyes had lingered on Harry with a different question, about the nature of the magic he'd employed. Ron and Harry had taken responsibility for putting Hermione in danger by not alerting a prefect about her absence. Hermione, in an unexpected act of loyalty, had claimed she'd gone looking for the troll herself, having read about them. It was stupid, she'd admitted, head bowed. I thought I could handle it. If Harry and Ron hadn't found me, I'd probably be dead. McGonagall had assigned token punishment, 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione's supposed recklessness, but 15 points awarded for Harry and Ron's sheer dumb luck in subduing the troll. Later, in Dumbledore's office, Harry had faced more pointed questions about the magical fire witnessed by Professor Quirrell. Dragon fire, I presume? Dumbledore had asked, his expression neutral but eyes keenly interested. Harry had nodded. It's one of the first things I learned at the sanctuary. I reacted instinctively when I saw the troll about to hit Hermione. Fortunate that you did, Dumbledore had acknowledged. Though perhaps requiring some explanation to your classmates. Ron already knows about my dragon magic, Harry had explained. And after what happened? I think Hermione deserves the truth too. Dumbledore had considered this before nodding slowly. Trust must be earned, and they have certainly earned yours today. Just be mindful of how much you reveal and to whom. The troll incident cemented an unlikely trio. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became inseparable thereafter. Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge complemented Ron's strategic thinking and Harry's practical magical abilities. Each brought different strengths to their friendship. For Harry, having friends who knew about his dragon abilities without treating him differently proved invaluable. He could be himself completely with them, not just the boy who lived or even just a wizard, but the complex individual he had become. Hermione, in particular, showed genuine interest in dragon culture and magic, peppering Harry with thoughtful questions that revealed her analytical mind. So dragon magic doesn't require wands or specific incantations, she had asked during one of their late-night discussions in the common room. It's purely intent-based. Not exactly, Harry had explained. There are verbal components, not spells like wizard magic, but I guess you'd call them true names for elements and forces. The words have power because they're connected to the primal magic dragons access naturally. Fascinating, Hermione had murmured, already making notes. That's similar to theories about ancient wizard magic, before wand use became standardized. Some scholars believe early wizards channeled magic more directly, using verbal components as focus points rather than tools. Her perspective had given Harry new insights into his own abilities, connections between wizard and dragon magical traditions he hadn't previously considered. As October ended and his first scheduled visit to the sanctuary approached, Harry found himself both eager for the reunion and reluctant to leave his new friends, even briefly. Hogwarts was becoming a genuine second home, another layer in his increasingly complex identity. The night before his departure, he sat with Ron and Hermione in a quiet corner of the common room, explaining the arrangement. "I'll leave after dinner tomorrow," he told them. "Professor McGonagall will escort me to Dumbledore's office, where there's a special Floo connection to the sanctuary." "Will you see Cloudwing?" Ron asked, familiar with Harry's primary dragon mentor from summer visits to the sanctuary. Harry nodded, unable to suppress a smile. "Her and all the others. I'll have intensive lessons all weekend, dragon magic I can't practice here at Hogwarts." "It's rather extraordinary," Hermione observed thoughtfully. "Having two completely different magical educations simultaneously." "It's exhausting sometimes," Harry admitted. "Keeping the traditions separate, remembering which techniques work with wands versus which need dragon focus." "But brilliant too," Ron pointed out loyally. "I mean, how many wizards can shoot fire from their hands when a troll attacks?" They laughed together, the memory now transformed from terrifying to triumphant in retrospect. "I wish I could come with you sometime," Hermione said wistfully. "The Dragon Sanctuary sounds fascinating. All those ancient beings with their own culture and magic." "Maybe someday," Harry suggested. Charlie, Ron's brother, has been working on getting the Ministry to recognize dragons as sentient magical beings rather than just creatures. If that happens, there might be more cultural exchange programs. "Fat chance with Umbridge around," Ron snorted. "Dad says she's blocked every proposal Charlie's department has submitted." The conversation drifted to wider political discussions, the ongoing tension between traditional wizarding perspectives and more progressive views on magical beings. Harry found himself naturally advocating positions influenced by his dragon upbringing, while Ron provided insider Ministry perspectives from his father's experiences. Hermione, coming from outside wizarding traditions entirely, asked penetrating questions that often revealed the illogic of long-standing magical policies. "But that's completely arbitrary," she protested when Harry explained the classification system for magical beings. "Categorizing sentient creatures as beasts simply because they can't speak human language is both ethnocentric and scientifically unsound." "Try telling that to the Wisengamot," Ron said. "Most of them still think house elves prefer being enslaved because it's their nature." These conversations, continuing late into the evening, represented exactly what Harry had hoped to find at Hogwarts, genuine friendships based on shared values and mutual respect, not his fame or unusual abilities. As he finally prepared for bed, Harry reached out through his mental connection to Cloudwing. The distance still limited their communication, but he could send impressions if not words. He projected feelings of contentment, growth, and anticipation for their reunion. The response came faintly but clearly: approval, welcome, and something like pride. Tomorrow he would temporarily return to his first magical home, the sanctuary that had shaped his early development. But Hogwarts was becoming a true second home, expanding rather than replacing what had come before. Harry Potter was growing into Skyspeaker, his dragon name, a bridge between worlds, exactly as Cloudwing had predicted. The sanctuary felt simultaneously familiar and strange as Harry stepped through the Floo into Charlie's office Friday evening. The sense of Highland air, dragon smoke, and the unique magical signature of the reserve washed over him, triggering a flood of memories and emotions. "Welcome back, Skyspeaker," Charlie greeted him with a grin, using Harry's dragon name as he always did at the sanctuary. "Someone's been waiting impatiently for you." Harry didn't need to ask who. He could already feel Cloudwing's presence through their strengthened connection, her consciousness reaching for his the moment he entered sanctuary bounds. How long until sunset? Harry asked, knowing the traditional greeting time for returning dragon speakers. About an hour, Charlie replied. Just enough time to get settled in your quarters and change into proper sanctuary gear. McGonagall mentioned you've grown another inch since September. Harry laughed. She notices everything. His cliff dwelling had been maintained in his absence, though it felt smaller than he remembered. Harry quickly changed from Hogwarts robes into the practical dragonhide clothing standard at the sanctuary, fire-resistant pants and jacket, sturdy boots, and a protective amulet all dragon handlers wore. The sunset greeting was a tradition dating back centuries. When a dragon speaker returned from time away, they would meet their primary dragon mentor at sunset to reconnect their magical bond and share experiences. Harry climbed the familiar path to his and Cloudwing's special outcrop, anticipation building with each step. As he crested the final ridge, he saw her, pearly scales gleaming rose-gold in the setting sun, her elegant form perfectly still as she waited. Cloudwing, he called softly, using her true name in dragon language. She turned, multifaceted eyes finding him immediately. Sky Speaker, she acknowledged, her mental voice flowing into his mind with crystal clarity now that they were physically close. You have returned. Harry approached and placed his hand on her offered foreclaw, the traditional greeting between bonded dragons and speakers. The moment they touched, their magical connection surged fully open, information and emotions flowing freely between them. Cloudwing received Harry's experiences, classes at Hogwarts, new friendships, the troll incident, Quirrell's odd behavior, while Harry absorbed her updates on sanctuary events, dragon politics, and changes in magical currents she had observed. You've grown, she commented, both physically and magically implied. Hogwarts nurtures you well, though differently than we would. I miss this, Harry admitted, gesturing to encompass both Cloudwing and the sanctuary beyond. The connection, the openness. At school, I have to be careful about showing dragon abilities. As Dumbledore advised, Cloudwing acknowledged. Perhaps wisely, for now. The bridge between worlds must be built slowly, with careful foundation. They settled into comfortable positions, Cloudwing curled protectively around the outcrop, Harry leaning against her warm flank as they watched the sun's final descent. There is disturbance in magical currents, Cloudwing informed him. The ancient dragons sense it, a stirring of dark power long dormant. Harry tensed slightly. Voldemort? The fractured one, yes, Cloudwing confirmed, using the dragon's term for the wizard who had split his soul. His essence seeks form again. The currents shift toward reunion. This information, delivered so matter-of-factly, chilled Harry despite Cloudwing's warmth. He's coming back. How soon? Time flows differently in dragon perception, Cloudwing reminded him. What we sense as imminent may take human years to manifest. But preparations should begin. What preparations? What can I do? Harry asked, anxiety edging his voice. First, master both magical traditions fully, Cloudwing instructed. Second, strengthen your mental barriers, your mind must be fortress and bridge simultaneously. Third, gather true allies who value you for yourself, not your legend. Harry absorbed these directives, recognizing their wisdom. I've started the third already, he offered. Ron and Hermione, they know about my dragon magic now, after the troll. They didn't treat me any differently. Good. Trustworthy companions strengthen you. You will need them when darkness gathers. Their conversation shifted to more immediate concerns, Harry's training schedule for the weekend, developments in dragon-wizard relations, and messages from other dragons Harry had bonded with. Emberscale hatched a clutch, Cloudwing reported, referencing the fierce Horntail who had been among Harry's first dragon defenders. 3 healthy offspring. She names you honorary nest guardian. Harry grinned, honored by the designation. Among dragons, nest guardians were trusted community members who protected hatchlings when parents hunted. The role carried significant responsibility and indicated deep trust. "I'll visit her tomorrow," he promised. "Will the hatchlings understand me yet?" "Their comprehension grows daily. They know your name already," Skyspeaker is among their first learned words. This unexpected connection to a new generation of dragons touched Harry deeply. His relationship with dragonkind wasn't static but evolving, extending into the future. As darkness settled fully over the sanctuary, fires began appearing across the valley, dragons practicing flame patterns, a traditional evening activity combining artistry and training. The sight reminded Harry how much he'd missed this aspect of sanctuary life, the casual display of dragon culture invisible to most wizards. "Tomorrow we begin rebuilding your dragon magic," Cloudwing announced. "Rest tonight. Dawn comes early." They parted reluctantly, Harry returning to his cliff dwelling while Cloudwing took flight for her evening hunt. Despite physical separation, their mental connection remained active, a background awareness of each other's presence that felt like coming home. The weekend passed in intensive training. Nightfang tested Harry's dragon history knowledge and found it satisfactory despite the interruption of Hogwarts education. Emberscale proudly introduced her hatchlings, 3 miniature versions of herself who examined Harry with curious purple eyes and tentative mental touches. Cloudwing focused on strengthening Harry's elemental control, particularly fire manipulation. After the troll incident, she emphasized techniques for modulating dragon fire's intensity, critical for using such power safely around humans. "Wizard fire and dragon fire differ fundamentally," she explained as Harry practiced creating and extinguishing flames of varying strengths. "Wizard fire burns physical matter primarily. Dragon fire affects magic itself as well, burning through enchantments and protections." That's why the troll dropped the club so quickly, Harry realized. It wasn't just the physical burn but the magical disruption. Precisely. This makes dragon fire both powerful and dangerous. You must master perfect control before using it near other wizards. By Sunday evening, Harry felt simultaneously exhausted and energized. His magical reserves had expanded through the intensive practice, and his connection to dragon magic flowed more smoothly after the weekend's reinforcement. His final conversation with Cloudwing before returning to Hogwarts touched on a subject he'd been avoiding, his growing curiosity about the prophecy Dumbledore had promised to reveal next summer. "I keep wondering if I should ask sooner," Harry admitted as they watched stars appear above the sanctuary. "With Voldemort potentially returning, shouldn't I know everything possible?" Cloudwing considered this seriously. Knowledge itself is neither harmful nor helpful, it is timing and preparation that determine its impact. Ask yourself, are you prepared to carry this information now? Or would it become a distraction from immediate growth? Harry reflected honestly. Probably a distraction, he acknowledged reluctantly. I'd obsess over it instead of focusing on classes and training. Then trust your original instinct, Cloudwing advised. Summer will come soon enough. Until then, build your strength and knowledge. The prophecy reveals destination, not path. This perspective helped settle Harry's restlessness. You're right. I need to focus on what's in front of me first. As their time together drew to a close, Harry found himself reluctant to leave despite knowing he would return in another month. Each separation reminded him of the balancing act his life had become, dragon speaker and wizard student, sanctuary ward and Hogwarts pupil. The difficulty of your path is also its strength, Cloudwing reminded him, sensing his conflicted emotions. Few can bridge worlds because few are willing to live between them, belonging fully to neither yet connecting both. Harry nodded, drawing comfort from her wisdom. I'll make it work. I promise. I know you will, Skyspeaker, Cloudwing assured him. That is why you were named thus. Returning to Hogwarts Sunday night brought mixed emotions for Harry. While the castle's ancient magic welcomed him back, a sensation he was becoming more attuned to with each passing week, he felt the separation from the sanctuary acutely. Ron and Hermione were waiting in the common room, eager to hear about his weekend despite the late hour. "How was it?" Ron asked immediately. "Did you see the dragons? Did they miss you?" "It was brilliant," Harry confirmed, settling into an armchair by the dying fire. "And yes, they noticed my absence. Dragons perceive time differently than humans, but they still recognized the separation." "What kind of training did you do?" Hermione asked, academic curiosity evident in her expression. Harry described the weekend's activities, carefully modulating his voice to avoid being overheard by other students. He explained the fire control exercises, the mental connection strengthening, and even his honorary designation as nest guardian for Emberscale's hatchlings. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "You're basically an honorary dragon at this point." "Not quite," Harry laughed. "More like, a recognized ally. Dragons don't adopt outsiders the way humans do. Their concept of family is different, community-based rather than individual." "Fascinating," Hermione murmured, clearly filing away this information. "Did they say anything about, what we discussed before you left?" Harry knew she was referring to their ongoing investigation into the mysterious package Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts, now apparently hidden somewhere in the castle. The trio had become convinced Professor Snape was attempting to steal whatever it was, based on his suspicious behavior during the troll incident. "Nothing direct," Harry replied cautiously. "But Cloudwing mentioned sensing disturbances in magical currents. She thinks Voldemort is trying to return." Ron flinched at the name while Hermione gasped softly. "You think whatever's hidden in the castle might be connected?" Hermione whispered. "It would explain the extreme security," Harry acknowledged. "And why someone would risk breaking into Gringotts to find it first." The three friends exchanged worried glances, their investigation suddenly taking on greater significance. The following weeks brought new challenges. Quidditch season began in earnest, with Harry's unexpected appointment as Gryffindor Seeker creating additional demands on his time. Professor McGonagall had witnessed his exceptional flying during a first-year lesson and immediately recommended him to Oliver Wood, the team captain. But first years never make the house teams, Harry had protested when McGonagall proposed the idea. "Exceptions are made for exceptional talent," she had replied firmly. "Your flying skills are, well, one might say dragon-influenced." Harry couldn't deny that years of aerial observation alongside Cloudwing and occasional sanctioned flights on the gentler dragons had given him unusual comfort and maneuverability in the air. His first practice with the Gryffindor team confirmed McGonagall's assessment. Harry took to the seeker position naturally, his enhanced senses helping him spot the snitch faster than experienced players. The first Quidditch match against Slytherin, however, brought unexpected danger. Harry's broom had suddenly begun trying to buck him off mid-game, nearly resulting in a fatal fall. Only his enhanced reflexes from dragon training had allowed him to maintain his grip until Hermione, suspecting interference, had created a distraction by setting fire to Professor Snape's robes. The broom had stabilized immediately, allowing Harry to catch the snitch, somewhat unconventionally, in his mouth, and secure a Gryffindor victory. It had to be Snape, Ron insisted afterward as they visited Hagrid for post-match tea. Hermione saw him staring at you, muttering. "Rubbish," Hagrid dismissed. "Why would Snape try to hurt Harry?" "We think he's after whatever's being hidden in the castle," Harry explained. "Maybe he thinks I know something about it." This comment led to Hagrid accidentally revealing a crucial piece of information, the name Nicholas Flamel, in connection with the mysterious package. With this clue, Hermione's research intensified, though holiday preparations soon overtook their investigation. As Christmas approached, Harry prepared for his second sanctuary visit, scheduled just before the holiday break. "You're not coming to the burrow for Christmas?" Ron asked, surprised when Harry explained his plans. "I'll be there for the last week of break," Harry assured him. "But there's a special dragon ceremony at the winter solstice I need to attend first. It only happens once a year." The Midwinter Fire Gathering was an ancient dragon tradition, one of the few times multiple species gathered peacefully to renew magical connections and share dragon knowledge across territories. As a recognized dragon speaker, Harry's presence had been specifically requested by the elder dragons. His December visit to the sanctuary therefore extended beyond the usual weekend, with special permission from Dumbledore and the Ministry. The timing worked well with the Hogwarts schedule, allowing Harry to participate in the solstice gathering before joining the Weasleys for Christmas celebrations. The fire gathering proved even more impressive than Harry had anticipated. Dragons from across Britain and even parts of continental Europe converged on the sanctuary, their combined magical presence creating aurora-like displays visible only to those attuned to dragon magic. As the only human participant, Harry received curious but respectful attention from visiting dragons. His status as Sky Speaker granted him access to ceremonies normally closed to outsiders, including the ancient flame-sharing ritual where dragons combined their fire to create a massive communal blaze representing unity across species and territories. "Your presence strengthens the connection between our worlds," Night Fong explained as they watched dragons take turns contributing to the Great Fire. Each generation, the separation between dragon and wizard magic grows wider. You represent potential reunion of ancient powers. The ceremony culminated with Harry's own contribution, a small but steady stream of dragon fire channeled through his hands into the communal blaze. The visiting dragons rumbled approval as his pearlescent flame joined their multicolored inferno, acknowledging his unique position between worlds. Harry returned to the burrow for Christmas filled with new knowledge and magical experiences. The Weasley home, decorated festively and bursting with family energy, provided perfect balance to the solemnity of dragon traditions. "You've changed again," Ginny observed quietly during Christmas dinner, one of the rare direct comments she managed around Harry. "You look older somehow." Harry considered this assessment. The fire gathering had affected him deeply. Witnessing the ancient dragon traditions had expanded his understanding of magical history and his own potential role in bridging divided magical communities. "I learned a lot at the sanctuary," he acknowledged simply. "Dragon magic is so different from what we study at Hogwarts." "But you can do both, right?" Ginny asked, genuine curiosity overcoming her usual shyness. "I'm trying to," Harry confirmed. "It's complicated sometimes. The traditions approach magic from completely different perspectives." Ginny nodded thoughtfully. "That must be hard. Like having your foot in two different worlds." Her insight surprised Harry. Most people focused on the exciting aspects of his dragon connection, breathing fire, understanding the creatures, rather than the identity challenges it created. "Exactly," he agreed, appreciating her perception. "But worth it, I think. Both worlds have so much to offer." This perspective, valuing both traditions without elevating either, increasingly defined Harry's approach to his unusual education. Rather than seeing dragon magic and wizard magic as competing systems, he began recognizing complementary elements and potential synergies between them. Returning to Hogwarts after the holiday break, Harry approached his studies with renewed purpose. The winter term brought accelerated coursework as professors prepared first years for end-of-year examinations, but Harry balanced these demands with continued investigation into Nicholas Flamel alongside Ron and Hermione. Their breakthrough came in late January when Hermione suddenly remembered where she'd read the name, on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card, in connection with the Philosopher's Stone. This discovery led to intensive research confirming their suspicion. The stone, capable of producing the elixir of life and unlimited gold, was indeed the mysterious object hidden within Hogwarts. "Eternal life," Harry murmured when they pieced together the information. That would certainly appeal to Voldemort. But why would Snape want it? Ron questioned. "He's already got a job, hasn't he? And he's not exactly ancient." "Power, perhaps," Hermione suggested. "Or maybe he's working for someone else." The possibility that Snape might be connected to Voldemort's potential return aligned with Cloudwing's warnings about disturbed magical currents. Harry shared this perspective with his friends, careful to frame it as speculation rather than dragon-sourced intelligence. Their investigation intensified following a confrontation with Snape during which he'd threatened Harry, claiming to be able to read minds. This comment had sent Harry into urgent communication with Cloudwing during his February sanctuary visit, seeking reinforcement of the mental shielding techniques she'd begun teaching him. Wizards call it legilimency, Cloudwing confirmed when Harry described Snape's threat. The art of navigating another's thoughts. Its counter is occlumency, mental barriers against intrusion. Can you teach me more? Harry asked urgently. If Snape can read minds and he's working for Voldemort. Dragon mental techniques differ from wizard methods, Cloudwing cautioned. But they may be more effective for you given our connection. We will focus on strengthening your shields this visit. The weekend intensive on mental protection left Harry with stronger defenses but heightened awareness of his vulnerability. He returned to Hogwarts determined to avoid direct eye contact with Snape whenever possible, while continuing to investigate the stone's protection with Ron and Hermione. As winter yielded to spring, Harry maintained his delicate balance, excelling in classes, participating in Quidditch, continuing his dragon education through monthly sanctuary visits, and pursuing the stone investigation with his friends. Each aspect of his life demanded attention, creating constant tension between competing priorities. The trio's breakthrough regarding the stone's protection came unexpectedly during a visit to Hagrid's hut in late spring. Finding the gamekeeper with a dragon egg, a Norwegian ridgeback he'd won in a card game, opened multiple revelations at once. Harry, utilizing his dragon knowledge, immediately recognized the egg was close to hatching and would produce a highly dangerous species illegal for private ownership. Hagrid, you can't keep a ridgeback in a wooden house, he explained gently. They breathe fire within hours of hatching, and they grow incredibly quickly. Within months it'll be larger than your cabin. I've read up on Hagrid insisted stubbornly. I know what he'll need. More concerning than Hagrid's ill-advised dragon acquisition was the information he revealed during their conversation, specifically, that he had told the stranger who gave him the egg about getting past Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the stone. Don't worry, Hagrid assured them when they expressed alarm. He was a professional type, knew about magical creatures. We just talked shop, what creatures I've handled, that sort of thing. And you mentioned Fluffy? Hermione pressed. Might have come up, Hagrid admitted. He wanted to know what sort of creatures I'd managed. I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. This careless revelation confirmed their suspicions that someone was actively attempting to reach the stone. The timing aligned with increased headaches Harry had been experiencing near Professor Quirrell, a symptom he hadn't yet connected to the defense teacher specifically. The hatching of Norbert, as Hagrid named the baby ridgeback, created both wonder and worry for Harry. While fascinating to observe a dragon birth outside sanctuary conditions, he recognized the serious legal and safety issues involved. Drawing on his sanctuary connections, Harry arranged for Charlie Weasley to coordinate a transfer of the illegal hatchling to the Romanian reserve where he worked. The operation required elaborate secrecy, culminating in a midnight handoff atop the astronomy tower that nearly ended in disaster when Malfoy discovered their plan. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione's detention in the Forbidden Forest, punishment for being caught out after curfew during the dragon smuggling, proved more dangerous than the dragon rescue itself. During this detention, Harry encountered a cloaked figure drinking unicorn blood, triggering a severe pain in his scar and a sense of ancient evil that resonated with his dragon-enhanced senses. Firenze, a centaur who rescued Harry from the creature, confirmed his worst fears. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips. This encounter, combined with Firenze's hints about the Philosopher's Stone, crystallized Harry's understanding. Voldemort was at Hogwarts, likely working through an accomplice to obtain the stone and restore his body. Harry's May visit to the sanctuary took on new urgency following these revelations. He shared everything with Cloudwing and the Elder Dragons, seeking their counsel on the growing threat. The fractured one grows stronger, Nightfang confirmed after hearing Harry's account. His essence gathers, preparing for rebirth. What should I do? Harry asked, facing the circle of elder dragons who had assembled to discuss the situation. Dumbledore's away from the school. I think someone's going to try for the stone soon. You are not ready to face him directly, Emberscale stated bluntly. Your magic grows impressively, but the Dark One possesses decades of knowledge and cruelty you cannot match yet. But I can't just let him take the stone, Harry argued. With it, he'd return to full power immediately. The dragons exchanged glances, communicating in their subtle way beyond Harry's translation abilities. Finally, Cloudwing addressed him. If confrontation becomes inevitable, remember that your greatest strength lies not in matching his dark power but in accessing magic he has forgotten or never understood, she advised. Dragon fire affects magical constructs as well as physical ones. Ancient protections respond to dragon speakers differently than ordinary wizards. And your human friends, Nightfang added unexpectedly. Do not discount their importance. The fractured one understands power but not connection. This blindness is vulnerability. Harry absorbed this counsel, recognizing its wisdom. The dragons weren't telling him to fight or flee specifically, they were reminding him to approach any confrontation from his unique perspective, utilizing strengths Voldemort wouldn't anticipate. He returned to Hogwarts with renewed determination, sharing the dragon's insights, carefully framed as his own realizations, with Ron and Hermione. Together, they prepared contingency plans, gathering information about the stone's protections and practicing relevant spells. Events accelerated faster than anticipated. Discovering that Dumbledore had been urgently called to the Ministry, a summons they suspected was manufactured to remove him from the castle, convinced the trio that an attempt on the stone was imminent. Their decision to go after the stone themselves, while seemingly reckless, stemmed from genuine understanding of the stakes involved. If Voldemort regained physical form through the Philosopher's Stone, the consequences would extend far beyond Hogwarts. This isn't just about school rules anymore, Harry told his friends as they prepared to enter the third-floor corridor. If Voldemort comes back, there won't be a Hogwarts to get expelled from. The gauntlet of protections they encountered confirmed their suspicions. These were defenses designed to slow or stop a determined intruder. Fluffy, Devil's Snare, Enchanted Keys, a life-sized wizard chess set, a troll, already defeated, and Snape's logical potion puzzle each required different skills to overcome. The trio's complementary abilities proved crucial, Hermione's knowledge solving the potion riddle, Ron's strategic thinking navigating the chess challenge, and Harry's unique magical perspective identifying solutions other first-years might miss. When the final puzzle left only enough potion for one person to proceed, Harry faced the most difficult moment of his young life, continuing alone toward an unknown but certainly dangerous confrontation. Harry, Hermione said tremulously as they stood before the black flames, you're a great wizard, you know. Not as good as you, he replied honestly. Me? Books and cleverness. There are more important things, friendship and bravery and, she hugged him fiercely. Just be careful. As Harry drank the potion and stepped through the black flames, he carried not just his own courage but the strength of multiple traditions, dragon wisdom, wizard training, and the unwavering support of true friends. What awaited him beyond the flames would test all these resources together. Chapter 3, Fire Against Shadow. The chamber beyond the black flames was eerily silent. Harry stepped forward cautiously, his senses heightened by adrenaline and years of dragon training. The room was circular, with pillars stretching toward a domed ceiling. In the center stood the Mirror of Erist, a magical artifact Harry recognized from a late-night discovery months earlier. And standing before the mirror, his back to Harry, was not Snape but Professor Quirrell. You? Harry blurted, genuinely shocked. Quirrell turned, his face oddly calm, without a trace of his usual nervous stutter. Me, he confirmed, smiling coldly. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter. Harry's mind raced, reassessing everything. Quirrell had been the threat all along, the jinxed broom, the troll, the hooded figure in the forest. Snape, with his suspicious behavior, had been a perfect scapegoat. But Snape tried to kill me, Harry said, stalling for time while he evaluated his options. No, no, no. I tried to kill you. Your friend Miss Granger knocked me over, breaking my eye contact with you. A few more seconds and I'd have succeeded, even with Snape muttering his counter-curse. Snape was trying to save me. Of course, Quirrell said coolly. Why do you think he wanted to referee your next match? Funny, really, he needn't have bothered. I couldn't do anything with Dumbledore watching. As Quirrell turned back to the mirror, Harry's scar began to throb, a warning sign he'd experienced increasingly throughout the year. His dragon-enhanced senses detected something wrong about Quirrell's magical signature, as if two distinct energies occupied the same space. Harry focused on the mirror, remembering Dumbledore's explanation that it showed one's deepest desire. Currently, it reflected Quirrell's frustrated attempts to obtain the stone. I see the stone. I'm presenting it to my master, but how do I get it? Quirrell muttered. Harry inched forward, calculating. If the mirror was the key to finding the stone, perhaps he could reach it first. He recalled Cloudwing's words about ancient protections responding differently to dragon speakers. Would that apply here? Use the boy, rasped a voice that seemed to come from Quirrell himself. The professor spun around. Potter, come here. He clapped his hands, and rope sprang out of thin air, wrapping around Harry. As the magical bindings touched him, Harry instinctively accessed his dragon magic, calling on the elemental fire that responded to his will rather than wizard incantations. The ropes glowed briefly at the contact points with his skin, then disintegrated into ash. Quirrell's eyes widened. What magic is this? Harry didn't answer but kept his eyes on the mirror as Quirrell forced him in front of it. Tell me what you see. Looking into the mirror, Harry saw his reflection slip a blood-red stone into his pocket, and felt the actual weight drop into his real pocket simultaneously. The mirror had given him the stone, but his reflection winked as if sharing a secret. Well? Quirrell demanded impatiently. What do you see? I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, Harry invented quickly. I've won the House Cup. Quirrell cursed and shoved him aside, but the raspy voice spoke again. He lies. He lies. Potter, come back here. Quirrell shouted. Tell me the truth. What did you see? The raspy voice spoke a third time. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this. Harry watched in horror as Quirrell unwrapped his turban, turning to reveal a second face growing from the back of his head, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils. Harry Potter. The face whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor. I have form only when I can share another's body, but there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Voldemort. The Fractured One, as the dragons called him. Once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, why don't you give me that stone in your pocket? So he knew. Harry stepped backward, reaching inside himself for the dragon magic he'd been cultivating for years. Unlike wizard magic, which required wands and specific incantations, dragon magic responded to will and intent, drawing on elemental forces. Don't be a fool, Voldemort hissed. Better to save your own life and join me, or you'll meet the same end as your parents. Never. Harry shouted, turning to run. Seize him. Voldemort screamed. Quirrell lunged forward, grabbing Harry's wrist. The moment their skin touched, Harry's scar exploded with pain, but something else happened too. Quirrell howled in agony, his flesh blistering where it contacted Harry's. Master, I cannot hold him, my hands, my hands. Then kill him, fool, and be done, shrieked Voldemort. Quirrell raised his wand, but Harry, acting on instinct, reached out and pressed his palm against Quirrell's face. The man screamed as his skin burned and cracked at the touch. In that moment of connection, Harry's dragon senses perceived something extraordinary. Voldemort's fractured soul was held to Quirrell by magical bindings similar to enchantments, and those bindings were vulnerable to dragon fire. Without conscious thought, Harry channeled his dragon magic, not as external flame but as energy flowing through his hands directly into the point of contact. Pyrodraconium, he whispered in dragon language. The pearlescent energy of dragon fire surged through Harry into Quirrell and, by extension, into the parasitic Voldemort. Unlike normal fire that burned physical matter, dragon fire affected magic itself, burning through the enchantments binding the dark wizard to his host. Voldemort's scream was inhuman, a sound of rage and fear as his magical anchor disintegrated. Quirrell collapsed, his body crumbling as the unnatural bond was severed. A shadowy form rose from the professor's remains, a spectral visage of Voldemort that howled with fury before rushing toward Harry, passing through his body with a sensation like icy death. The pain was overwhelming. Harry felt consciousness slipping away, darkness claiming his vision. His last thought was a mental call to Cloudwing across the miles separating them, he's gone, but not destroyed. Then blackness claimed him. Dragon fire, Dumbledore mused, his blue eyes twinkling with fascination. Most remarkable. Harry sat propped up in a bed in the hospital wing, 3 days after the confrontation in the chamber. The headmaster had been explaining what had happened after Harry lost consciousness, how he had arrived just in time to pull Voldemort's spirit away before it could do more harm. The dragons taught me, Harry said simply. They said it affects magical constructs, not just physical things. Indeed. And therein lies the brilliance of what occurred. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. You see, Harry, Professor Quirrell was unable to touch you because of your mother's protection. Her sacrifice created a shield that made contact with you unbearable for anyone sharing Voldemort's soul. But I didn't just let him burn, Harry pointed out. I used dragon fire deliberately against the magical connection. Precisely. And that, my boy, is what makes your action so extraordinary. Dumbledore's expression turned contemplative. Voldemort has delved into the darkest aspects of wizard magic, but he has always dismissed what he considers lesser magics of magical beings. Your ability to channel dragon magic, something he neither understands nor respects, created a vulnerability he never anticipated. Harry absorbed this, understanding the implication. So my connection to the dragons gives me an advantage against him? It provides you with magical resources outside his experience and expectation, Dumbledore confirmed. And that, perhaps, is more valuable than raw power alone. They discussed the stone, now destroyed by mutual agreement between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, and the temporary defeat of Voldemort, who had fled as a spirit but would undoubtedly seek other means to return. Before leaving, Dumbledore addressed one last topic. The summer holiday approaches, Harry. I believe we agreed to discuss certain matters at that time. The prophecy. Harry nodded, both eager and apprehensive. Yes, sir. After my first year at Hogwarts. Indeed. When you return to the sanctuary after term ends, I shall join you there for this conversation. I think it appropriate that Cloudwing be present as well, given her role in your development. This suggestion surprised Harry pleasantly. Dumbledore was acknowledging the validity of his dragon connections, not just his wizard identity. Thank you, sir. I'd like that. After Dumbledore departed, Harry was soon swarmed by his friends. Ron and Hermione had been desperate for details, having been kept away during his recovery. You used dragon fire on you-know-who? Ron whispered incredulously after Harry explained what had happened. Blimey, that's brilliant. It was instinct more than planning, Harry admitted. But the dragons had been preparing me for something like this, I think. They kept teaching me how dragon magic affects wizard enchantments. Hermione looked thoughtful. It makes sense. Most wizard defenses are designed to repel other wizard magic. Using an entirely different magical tradition would bypass those defenses. Like fighting someone who only knows how to block punches, and you kick instead, Ron suggested. Something like that, Harry agreed, smiling at the analogy. The last weeks of term passed in a happy blur. News of Harry's confrontation with Quirrell/Voldemort spread throughout the school, though the dragon magic aspects remained known only to his closest friends and the staff. Gryffindor won the House Cup after Dumbledore awarded last-minute points for the trio's bravery, and exam results confirmed that despite the year's adventures, Harry had excelled academically. On the Hogwarts Express returning to London, Harry reflected on his first year, how his fears of not fitting in had both manifested and resolved in unexpected ways. While his dragon connections had indeed made him different, they had also proven invaluable, saving both him and potentially the entire wizarding world from Voldemort's return. "What will you do first when you get back to the sanctuary?" Hermione asked as the train neared King's Cross. "Talk to Cloudwing," Harry replied without hesitation. "We've maintained the mental connection all year, but it's not the same as being physically present. There's so much I want to tell her that couldn't fit in our link." "And then Dumbledore's coming to tell you about the prophecy," Ron remembered. "That's going to be intense." Harry nodded, a mixture of anticipation and dread churning in his stomach. "Whatever it says, at least I'll finally know why Voldemort targeted my family. Why my parents died. We'll be with you," Hermione promised. "Whatever happens next. That's what friends are for." As they disembarked at platform 9 3/4, Harry spotted the Weasleys waiting to collect Ron, and next to them, Charlie standing with a ministry official. Charlie had arranged to escort Harry directly to the sanctuary, bypassing the usual summer beginning at the burrow. Goodbyes exchanged with promises to meet later in the summer, Harry joined Charlie at the ministry-approved apparition point. "Ready to go home, Skyspeaker?" Charlie asked with a grin, using Harry's dragon name. Home. The word resonated deeply. Hogwarts had become a second home, but the sanctuary remained his first, the place where he truly found himself after the Dursleys. "More than ready," Harry confirmed. The familiar squeezing sensation of side-along apparition gave way to the stunning vista of the Welsh mountains. The sanctuary spread below them, dragons visible in the distance as dark shapes against the evening sky. And waiting at their arrival point, pearly scales gleaming in the sunset, was Cloudwing. "Welcome home, Skyspeaker," she greeted, her mental voice flowing into Harry's mind with crystal clarity now that physical distance no longer hindered their connection. Harry approached and placed his hand on her offered foreclaw, the traditional greeting between bonded dragons and speakers. Their magical connection surged fully open, a year's worth of experiences and emotions flowing between them. "I used dragon fire against Voldemort," Harry said aloud, needing to vocalize the momentous event. "Yes," Cloudwing acknowledged. "I felt the surge across our bond. You channeled it precisely, as we trained." "It worked differently than I expected," Harry admitted. "It didn't harm him physically, but it broke his magical hold on Quirrell." "Dragon fire burns magic itself," Cloudwing reminded him. "Against a being who has corrupted natural magic as deeply as the fractured one, it is particularly effective." They settled into comfortable positions on their favorite outcrop, watching the sunset together as Harry verbally recounted his year at Hogwarts, the friendships, the challenges, the discoveries. Charlie left them to their reunion, promising to return later with dinner. "Dumbledore's coming tomorrow," Harry eventually said, reaching the topic that weighed most heavily on his mind. "To tell me about the prophecy." Cloudwing's multifaceted eyes studied him carefully. "You are ready now," she confirmed. "Your first cycle at wizard school has tested and strengthened you. You return not as you left, no longer divided between traditions but beginning to integrate them." "It still feels like balancing two different worlds sometimes," Harry confessed. "Integration is a process, not an event," Cloudwing reminded him. "Each experience builds the bridge between worlds. Today, you stand more firmly in both than ever before." The next morning dawned clear and bright. Harry woke in his cliff dwelling, momentarily disoriented by the transition from Hogwarts dormitory to sanctuary quarters. The familiar scents and sounds of the reserve washed over him, and he smiled, stretching contentedly before preparing for the day's momentous meeting. Dumbledore arrived precisely at mid-morning, appearing with a soft pop of apparition at the sanctuary's designated arrival point. He wore simpler robes than his usual Hogwarts attire, deep purple with silver stars that somehow managed to look both dignified and whimsical. "Harry, my boy," he greeted warmly. "You're looking well. The sanctuary agrees with you, I see." They walked together to the central meeting area where Cloudwing awaited them, joined by Night Fong, whose ancient wisdom had been requested for this discussion. The two dragons created an imposing presence, one pearly white, one deep emerald green, as they formed a semicircle with Harry and Dumbledore. "Albus Dumbledore," Night Fong acknowledged formally. "You come to reveal hidden knowledge. We witness this exchange with respect for its significance." "Thank you, honored one," Dumbledore replied with equal formality. "Your presence adds wisdom to a difficult conversation." Harry, seated between the human and dragon participants, felt the weight of the moment. "I'm ready," he said simply, though his heart pounded with anticipation. Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Before I reveal the specific words of the prophecy, I should provide context. Shortly before your birth, I interviewed a candidate for the divination teaching position at Hogwarts. During our meeting, she fell into a true prophetic trance and delivered a prediction concerning Voldemort and a child yet to be born." Harry nodded, hands clasped tightly in his lap to prevent them from trembling. The prophecy was overheard, partially, by a supporter of Voldemort, who reported what he had heard. Based on this incomplete information, Voldemort identified two possible children who might be the subject of the prophecy, you, and another boy born at the end of July. "Neville," Harry whispered, suddenly understanding his friend's connection to his own story. "Indeed, Neville Longbottom was the other candidate," Dumbledore confirmed. "But Voldemort chose to target you first, for reasons I shall explain after you hear the prophecy itself." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, then recited from memory, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." Silence fell over the gathering. Harry absorbed the words, their meaning slowly penetrating his consciousness. "He marked me," he finally said, touching his scar. "When he tried to kill me." "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed. "In choosing to attack you, Voldemort fulfilled that portion of the prophecy himself. He marked you as his equal, transferring certain powers to you in the process, though he remains unaware of this. So I have to kill him. Or he has to kill me?" Harry asked, focusing on the most disturbing part. "That's what it means, either must die at the hand of the other." "Prophecies are complex, Harry," Dumbledore said carefully. "They reveal potential futures, not absolute certainties. This one suggests a final confrontation between you and Voldemort is likely, but much remains within the realm of choice and circumstance." Cloudwing's mental voice joined the conversation. "Why did the fractured one choose Harry over the other hatchling? Both fit the timing described." Dumbledore sighed deeply. "That is perhaps the most tragic irony. Voldemort, who prides himself on blood purity and magical heritage, chose Harry, the half-blood like himself, rather than Neville, who comes from a long line of pure-blood wizards. He saw himself in Harry before Harry was even old enough to know his own name. And what is this power the Dark Lord knows not?" Harry asked. "Is it love, like you mentioned in the hospital wing? My mother's protection?" "That is certainly part of it," Dumbledore agreed. "Voldemort has never understood the power of love and sacrifice, dismissing it as weakness rather than recognizing its magical potency. But there is more," Night Fong rumbled, his ancient eyes fixed on Harry. "The prophecy does not specify the nature of this power. It may encompass many things, including abilities yet undiscovered. Like dragon magic," Harry realized. "Voldemort doesn't understand or respect it, just like you said in the hospital wing." "Precisely," Dumbledore nodded. Your unique position as a bridge between wizard and dragon traditions provides magical resources Voldemort cannot anticipate. This advantage may prove crucial in any future confrontation. They discussed the prophecy further, its implications, limitations, and the responsibility it placed on Harry's young shoulders. Throughout the conversation, Cloudwing and Nightfang offered dragon perspectives that complemented and sometimes challenged Dumbledore's interpretations. Dragons perceive time differently than humans, Nightfang explained when Dumbledore suggested urgency in Harry's preparation. The fractured one's return is inevitable but not necessarily imminent in human terms. The speaker requires balanced development, magical, emotional, intellectual, not rushed combat training. A fair point, Dumbledore conceded. I sometimes forget that dragon wisdom operates on a different timescale than wizard concerns. As the meeting concluded, Harry felt overwhelmed but not crushed by what he had learned. The prophecy confirmed his central role in Voldemort's eventual defeat but didn't dictate the exact path or outcome. What happens now? He asked as Dumbledore prepared to depart. Now, my dear boy, you continue growing into the remarkable young wizard you are becoming, Dumbledore replied. You'll return to Hogwarts in September to begin your second year, continuing to build your wizard knowledge while maintaining your dragon connections. And my training? Should it change because of the prophecy? I believe your current arrangement serves you well, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Though perhaps with some refinements. I shall speak with Professor McGonagall about including some more advanced defensive magic in your curriculum. After Dumbledore departed, Harry remained with Cloudwing, processing the revelations in companionable silence. Are you troubled by what you learned? She finally asked, sensing his tumultuous emotions. Not exactly troubled, Harry replied slowly. More, confirmed. I always knew there was some reason Voldemort targeted my family specifically. Now I know it wasn't random. Does knowing bring peace? Harry considered this carefully. Not peace exactly. But clarity. I understand my place in this story better now. And that place is? I'm the bridge, Harry said with growing conviction. Not just between dragons and wizards, but between different kinds of magic, different ways of seeing the world. That's what Voldemort can't understand or replicate. Cloudwing's multifaceted eyes gleamed with approval. That understanding is why you were named Skyspeaker. Not merely for your ability to communicate with dragons, but for your capacity to connect divided worlds. The remainder of the summer unfolded in a balanced rhythm, intensive dragon training at the sanctuary interspersed with visits to the burrow where Harry reconnected with the Weasleys and maintained his human relationships. Hermione joined them for 2 weeks in August, eagerly absorbing everything Harry could share about his dragon experiences. One evening, as they sat in the Weasleys' garden watching gnomes sneak back into the vegetable patch, Ron asked the question that had been brewing since the prophecy revelation. Does it scare you? Knowing you've got to face him again eventually? Harry considered his answer carefully. Sometimes, he admitted. But not as much as it would have before this year. Before I understood how my different magical backgrounds work together. What do you mean? Hermione asked, always eager to understand magical theory. Wizard magic and dragon magic approach problems from completely different angles, Harry explained. Wizards use specific spells for specific purposes, channeled through wands. Dragons work with fundamental forces and intentions, shaping magic more directly. When you combine both approaches, you get options nobody expects, Ron finished, nodding. Like how you use dragon fire against you-know-who when normal spells might not have worked. Exactly. And that's just the beginning of what might be possible. Harry plucked a blade of grass, twirling it between his fingers. The dragons believe magical traditions weren't always so separated. Centuries ago, wizards worked more closely with magical beings, sharing knowledge rather than hoarding it separately. Hermione's eyes lit up. That aligns with some historical texts I've read. The earliest known wizard communities showed evidence of collaborative magic with centaurs, goblins, and other beings before the establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy drove everything underground. Which is exactly what Voldemort wouldn't understand or respect, Harry pointed out. His whole philosophy is about wizard supremacy and blood purity. The idea that lesser beings might have magical knowledge worth integrating is completely foreign to him. As his second year at Hogwarts approached, Harry found himself in a stronger position than he could have imagined 1 year earlier. He had successfully navigated his first year of formal wizarding education while maintaining his dragon connections, formed genuine friendships unrelated to his fame, and discovered that his unique magical heritage provided advantages against his destined adversary. The prophecy, rather than becoming a burden, had validated the path he was already walking, bridging divided magical traditions in ways that created new possibilities. Harry's second year at Hogwarts began with unexpected complications. The house elf Dobby's mysterious warnings about danger at Hogwarts, followed by the sealed barrier at platform 9 3/4 that prevented Harry and Ron from boarding the train, suggested something unusual was brewing. Their solution, flying Mr. Weasley's enchanted car to Hogwarts, had seemed reasonable in the moment but resulted in a spectacular crash into the Whomping Willow and near expulsion. Only Professor McGonagall's intervention had saved them from Snape's gleeful attempts to have them removed from school. "I expected better judgment from you, Mr. Potter," McGonagall had scolded afterward. "Particularly given your additional responsibilities." She referred to Harry's role as a bridge between wizard and dragon communities, a position that came with heightened expectations for maturity and discretion. The year's true troubles began with the ominous message written on the wall: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The petrification of Mrs. Norris, followed by similar attacks on students, created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion throughout the school. Harry found himself at the center of rumors when his Parseltongue ability was accidentally revealed during a disastrous dueling club session. The ability to speak to snakes, associated with Salazar Slytherin and considered a dark talent, led many students to suspect Harry was the heir of Slytherin behind the attacks. "It doesn't make sense," Harry complained to Cloudwing during his monthly sanctuary visit in November. "Why would speaking to snakes be considered evil when speaking to dragons is celebrated?" "Wizard prejudices often lack logical foundation," Cloudwing replied thoughtfully. "But there may be more to this connection than appears. Snake speech and dragon speech share ancient roots in magical taxonomy." This insight prompted Harry to research the relationship between Parseltongue and his dragon speaker abilities, discovering through Hermione's help that the two talents likely originated from the same magical family but evolved differently across wizard bloodlines. Parseltongue became associated with dark magic because of how it was used by certain wizards, Hermione explained after days in the library. But the ability itself isn't inherently evil, just like dragon speaking isn't inherently good. It's the application that matters. Understanding this connection helped Harry accept his Parseltongue ability as another aspect of his magical heritage rather than something to be feared or rejected. This integration of seemingly contradictory magical traits became a recurring theme in his development, finding harmony between elements others perceived as incompatible. The Chamber of Secrets investigation intensified when Hermione herself was petrified, leaving Harry and Ron to follow the clues she'd left behind. Their discovery that the monster was a basilisk, using pipes to move throughout the castle, explained both the petrifications and Harry's ability to hear the creature when others couldn't. When Ginny Weasley was taken into the chamber itself, Harry's response demonstrated how thoroughly he'd integrated his magical traditions. While Ron worked to clear a path through the cave-in, Harry confronted the memory of Tom Riddle, Voldemort's younger self, and the basilisk alone. The confrontation revealed Voldemort's origins as a half-blood named Tom Marvolo Riddle, confirming Dumbledore's observation about the Dark Wizard seeing himself in Harry. The parallels between them, both half-bloods, both orphans, both Parselmouths, were striking but ultimately highlighted their fundamental differences rather than similarities. Facing the basilisk, Harry drew on both magical traditions available to him. When Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, delivered the sorting hat containing Godric Gryffindor's sword, Harry embraced the wizard tool without hesitation. But he also incorporated dragon techniques, specifically the enhanced awareness and reflexes developed through his training with Emberscale. The basilisk, despite its massive size and lethal abilities, faced an opponent unlike any it had encountered before. Harry moved with the fluid grace taught by dragons, anticipating the creature's strikes while keeping his eyes focused on its shadow rather than its lethal gaze. When he drove Gryffindor's sword through the roof of the basilisk's mouth, the victory came at a cost. One of the serpent's venomous fangs pierced his arm, delivering a lethal dose of poison. In this desperate moment, Harry's dragon training proved vital in an unexpected way. Years of learning to control his internal energy allowed him to temporarily slow the venom spread through his system, not stopping it completely but buying precious minutes that enabled Fawkes to deliver healing tears. The confrontation's final moments with Riddle's memory demonstrated another integration of magical traditions. As Harry instinctively stabbed the diary with the basilisk fang, he simultaneously channeled dragon fire through the point of contact, just as he had when touching Quirrell the previous year. The combination proved devastating to the Horcrux, a term Harry wouldn't learn until years later. The basilisk venom destroyed the physical object while the dragon fire burned through the magical enchantments binding the soul fragment. Riddle's screaming dissolution was more complete than it might have been with either method alone. Afterward, reunited with Ron and a revived Ginny, Harry's explanation to Dumbledore in the headmaster's office revealed his growing understanding of his unique magical position. "I could hear the basilisk because of Parseltongue," he explained. "But I survived facing it because of dragon training. Both abilities together made the difference." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. Integration rather than opposition, a lesson Tom Riddle never grasped despite his brilliant mind. He always sought to dominate or reject what he didn't understand, never to harmonize different magical traditions. The year's conclusion brought vindication as the petrified students were restored and Hagrid returned from his unjust imprisonment in Azkaban. For Harry, the Chamber of Secrets adventure had reinforced the value of his dual magical heritage while highlighting new connections between seemingly separate traditions. During his final sanctuary visit before summer, Harry shared these insights with the Dragon Elders. Parseltongue and Dragon-speaking share roots, he explained to the assembled dragons. They're different branches of the same magical family. Understanding that helped me accept an ability I'd been taught to fear. Integration of disparate magic strengthens rather than dilutes, Nightfang observed. This principle extends beyond personal abilities to relationships between magical communities. This comment sparked a fascinating discussion about historical collaborations between dragons and wizards, alliances largely forgotten in modern magical education but preserved in dragon memory. These accounts revealed that Godric Gryffindor himself had worked closely with dragons, incorporating elements of their magic into his own techniques. The sword that saved you carries traces of dragon magic, Emberscale revealed, surprising Harry. Ancient wizards sometimes forged their most powerful tools in dragon fire, imbuing them with dual magical signatures. This historical precedent for magical integration reinforced Harry's growing conviction that his path forward involved not choosing between traditions but bringing them together in ways beneficial to both communities. Harry's third year at Hogwarts brought new complications and revelations. The escape of Sirius Black, believed to be Voldemort's loyal supporter and the man who betrayed Harry's parents, created heightened security concerns. Dementors positioned around the school proved particularly problematic for Harry, whose intense emotional experiences made him unusually vulnerable to their power. Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts classes provided welcome practical education, particularly his willingness to teach Harry the Patronus charm to counter the Dementor threat. Harry's unusual magical background affected even this standard wizard protection. Fascinating, Lupin remarked during their private lessons, observing Harry's attempts to produce a Patronus. Your magic has a distinctive texture, I suppose you could call it. Different from most students I've taught. Is that bad? Harry asked, concerned. Not at all, just distinctive. Your casting contains harmonics I haven't encountered before. Lupin studied him thoughtfully. It's almost as if you're drawing from multiple magical sources simultaneously. This observation proved prescient when Harry finally produced a corporeal Patronus under genuine Dementor attack. Rather than the standard silvery white manifestation, Harry's Patronus emerged with a pearlescent quality reminiscent of Cloudwing's scales, and its form, a magnificent stag representing his father, moved with distinctly draconic grace. "It's beautiful," Hermione had breathed when Harry demonstrated the Patronus later. "I've never seen one with that opalescent quality before." "Dragon influence," Harry explained. "Professor Lupin says my magic shows signs of blended traditions. Even when I'm using purely wizard spells, my dragon connection affects how they manifest." This integration extended beyond spell effects to Harry's growing understanding of magical theory. His monthly sanctuary visits now included discussions with elder dragons about the theoretical foundations of magic itself, the underlying principles that both wizard and dragon traditions access through different methods. "All magic flows from the same primal source," Cloudwing explained during one such session. "The divisions between traditions are artificial, created by beings who approach this universal energy through their unique perspectives and limitations." This foundational understanding helped Harry see connections between seemingly disparate magical systems, recognizing complementary elements where others saw only differences. The year's dramatic conclusion, discovering Sirius's innocence, confronting the true traitor Peter Pettigrew, and the subsequent time-turner adventure to save both Sirius and the hippogriff Buckbeak, demonstrated Harry's growing magical maturity. He navigated complex moral and magical situations with a perspective broader than most wizard-raised students could access. When he and Hermione used the time-turner to rescue Sirius, Harry drew on dragon teachings about temporal perception to maintain his equilibrium. Dragons, with their extremely long lifespans, perceive time differently than humans, a perspective that helped Harry accept the paradoxical nature of their mission without the disorientation Hermione experienced. His emerging integration of magical traditions caught Dumbledore's attention during their end-of-year conversation. "You're achieving something remarkable, Harry," the headmaster observed. "Not simply learning two separate magical systems but creating something new at their intersection." "It doesn't feel deliberate," Harry admitted. "It's just what happens naturally when I practice both traditions regularly." "The most profound innovations rarely arrive through deliberate engineering," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "They emerge organically when boundaries between established systems become permeable." This conversation planted seeds that would grow more significant in coming years as Harry began consciously exploring the boundaries and connections between magical traditions. Harry's fourth year brought unprecedented challenges that tested his developing magical integration. The Triwizard Tournament, with its ancient traditions and international scope, placed him in a spotlight he neither sought nor welcomed when his name emerged mysteriously from the Goblet of Fire. Forced to compete despite being underage, Harry found himself isolated, suspected of cheating by much of the school, including temporarily by Ron. This separation from his support network made his monthly sanctuary visits especially vital, providing perspective and guidance from mentors unconcerned with wizard politics. "The tournament's magic is ancient and complex," Night Fong observed when Harry described the goblet's binding magical contract. "It predates modern wizard traditions, originating when the boundaries between magical communities were more fluid." This historical context helped Harry approach the tournament's challenges from a unique perspective. For the first task, facing a Hungarian horntail dragon, his advantage seemed obvious but proved more complex than anticipated. "I can't just talk my way out of it," he explained to Ron and Hermione during preparation. "These aren't sanctuary dragons with centuries of human interaction. They're wild dragons specifically chosen for their territorial aggression, with translation magic suppressed for the tournament." "Then what good is being a dragon speaker?" Ron asked, confused. "I understand dragon behavior and psychology better than other champions," Harry explained. "I know how they think, how they perceive threats, what triggers defensive versus aggressive responses." This knowledge proved crucial during the task itself. While Harry couldn't communicate verbally with the horntail, his body language, approach angle, and magical signature all conveyed non-threatening intentions that confused the dragon momentarily, providing the opening he needed to summon his broom and retrieve the golden egg. The second task presented different challenges, rescuing Ron from merpeople in the Black Lake. Here, Harry's experience with non-human magical beings through his dragon connections proved invaluable. Rather than approaching merpeople as creatures to be overcome, he recognized them as sentient beings with their own culture and rules, negotiating rather than fighting when possible. The tournament's final task, navigating a complex maze filled with magical obstacles, drew on Harry's integrated abilities most comprehensively. He encountered challenges designed to test purely wizard skills alongside obstacles that responded to his unique dragon-influenced magic. The Sphinx, in particular, reacted with surprise to Harry's magical signature. Curious, she remarked after posing her riddle. You carry echoes of ancient magic in your core, older than the wizard tradition you represent. This recognition from a magical being outside both wizard and dragon communities suggested Harry's magical integration was becoming noticeable to those sensitive to such distinctions. The maze's conclusion brought tragedy and horror, Cedric's death, Voldemort's rebirth using Harry's blood, and the duel that revealed the brother-wand connection. Throughout these traumatic events, Harry's dragon training provided critical support beyond wizard preparation. When forced to duel Voldemort, Harry's dragon-enhanced reflexes and situational awareness kept him alive against a vastly more experienced opponent. The unexpected priori incantatem effect, created when their brother wands connected, created a momentary advantage that allowed his escape. Returning to Hogwarts with Cedric's body, Harry faced the devastating revelation that the year's events had been orchestrated by a Death Eater disguised as Mad-Eye Moody. The impostor's capture and forced confession revealed Voldemort's return to physical form, a development the Ministry promptly denied despite Harry's testimony. In the hospital wing afterward, Dumbledore's grave assessment of the situation acknowledged the difficult path ahead. Voldemort has returned to body, using your blood in the process, the headmaster confirmed. This grants him certain advantages, including the ability to touch you despite your mother's protection. However, it may have created unexpected connections as well. What kind of connections? Harry asked, exhausted but alert. That remains to be seen. Blood magic works in mysterious ways, often with consequences unforeseen by those who employ it. Dumbledore studied Harry thoughtfully. Your unique magical nature, the blending of wizard and dragon traditions, adds another variable Voldemort failed to consider. This observation proved prophetic as Harry's scar began exhibiting new properties, occasional flashes of Voldemort's emotions and thoughts filtering through their connection. When he reported this development during his next sanctuary visit, Cloudwing's reaction was immediate and concerned. Mental barriers must become your priority, she insisted. If your minds connect, influence can flow both directions. You must protect not only your thoughts but your magical identity from contamination. The summer following his fourth year thus focused intensively on mental protection techniques from both traditions. Wizard occlumency provided structured defenses, while dragon mental practices offered deeper integration with Harry's core magical identity. Wizard occlumency creates walls, Cloudwing explained. Dragon techniques transform consciousness itself, making your mind inherently resistant to invasion rather than simply defend it. Combining these approaches, Harry developed mental protections unique to his blended magical nature, barriers that not only blocked intrusion but actively confused and misdirected attempts to access his thoughts. These defenses would prove crucial in the difficult year ahead. Harry's fifth year at Hogwarts unfolded under the shadow of Ministry denial regarding Voldemort's return. The appointment of Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts teacher represented direct Ministry interference, particularly troubling given her long-standing prejudice against magical beings, especially dragons. Her knowledge of Harry's sanctuary connections made him an immediate target for her power plays and veiled threats. During their first confrontation in her office, Umbridge revealed the depth of her bias. Your unfortunate exposure to subhuman creatures during formative years has clearly damaged your ability to distinguish fact from fantasy, she suggested sweetly. Perhaps you actually believe the attention-seeking stories you tell about he who must not be named. Dragons aren't subhuman creatures, Harry replied, controlling his anger with dragon-taught discipline. They're sentient magical beings with their own culture and knowledge. Charming that you believe so, Umbridge simpered. The Ministry is considering significant revisions to sanctuary regulations. Some feel these dangerous beasts have been granted entirely too much autonomy. This threat to his dragon family added personal stakes to the already tense political situation. Harry's communications with Cloudwing revealed concerning developments beyond Hogwarts, Ministry officials increasing restrictions on sanctuary operations, demanding invasive inspections, and proposing legislation to limit dragon territories. They seek to undermine our status as thinking beings, Cloudwing explained during their October meeting, now conducted under Ministry observation. To reclassify us as mere creatures without rights or recognition. The parallel oppression facing both Harry at Hogwarts and the dragons at the sanctuary highlighted the connection between Voldemort's agenda and Ministry policies. Both sought to establish wizard supremacy over other magical beings, though through different methods. Harry's response demonstrated his growing political awareness and leadership capacity. With Hermione's help, he established Dumbledore's army, not just to teach practical defense magic but to promote a more inclusive vision of the magical world. This isn't just about learning spells, he explained to the gathered students at their first meeting. It's about recognizing that strength comes from cooperation between different magical traditions, not isolation and supremacy. This philosophy informed his teaching approach. While focusing on standard defensive magic, Harry occasionally incorporated insights from dragon traditions, alternative visualization techniques, energy management principles, and strategic concepts that complemented wizard spellwork. Stunning is great, he explained during one session, but magical beings process spells differently. Some creatures are naturally resistant to wizard stunning spells but vulnerable to specific frequencies of magical energy. Understanding these differences can make your magic more adaptable. These seemingly academic distinctions became practical reality when the DA eventually faced Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries. The students who had internalized Harry's integrated approach proved more adaptable in combat against opponents expecting standard wizard tactics. The year's most significant development in Harry's magical integration came through necessity rather than planning. With Umbridge monitoring all communications and his sanctuary visits restricted to supervised half-days, Harry needed an alternative method to maintain contact with Cloudwing between official meetings. The solution emerged from their mental connection, a link weakened by distance but never completely severed. Through intensive practice, Harry learned to strengthen this connection through meditation techniques, creating a limited but functional telepathic bridge that allowed essential communication without detectable magical signatures. This skill development had unexpected benefits when Harry began experiencing more intense visions of Voldemort's activities through his scar. The mental techniques developed for dragon communication provided additional protection against Voldemort's influence, a protection that proved imperfect when the false vision of Sirius being tortured lured Harry to the Department of Mysteries. The battle that followed, against experienced Death Eaters in the Hall of Prophecies, forced Harry to draw on every aspect of his magical training. Standard wizard spells formed his primary offensive tools, but dragon-influenced movement, awareness, and energy manipulation gave him capabilities his opponents couldn't anticipate. When Bellatrix Lestrange cornered him, expecting a predictable wizard duel, Harry's response incorporated dragon battle principles. Rather than maintaining the standard dueling stance, he moved continuously, using environmental features for cover while varying his magical output's intensity and frequency, techniques learned from Emberscale's combat training. Stand still and fight like a proper wizard, baby Potter. Bellatrix taunted, frustrated by his unconventional approach. Why limit myself? Harry countered, launching a combination attack. A standard reductor curse followed immediately by a focused burst of dragon fire directed not at Bellatrix herself but at the magical shield she raised. The dragon fire, which affected magic rather than just physical matter, created brief instability in her shield, enough for the standard curse to penetrate partially, knocking her off balance. Despite such tactical successes, the battle's outcome proved devastating with Sirius's death through the veil. The subsequent confrontation between Dumbledore and Voldemort in the Ministry atrium demonstrated wizarding power at its highest level, yet even these extraordinary wizards operated within traditional magical frameworks that Harry now recognized as artificially limited. The possession attempt that followed, Voldemort, briefly inhabiting Harry's body to pressure Dumbledore, encountered unexpected resistance. The Dark Wizard found himself unable to maintain control, confronted with a magical identity more complex than anticipated. "He couldn't stand to be in you," Dumbledore explained afterward. "Your capacity for love drove him out, as I suspected." This was true but incomplete. Harry's dragon-influenced magical core, organized differently than standard wizard magic, had created additional incompatibility with Voldemort's presence. The Dark Wizard, expecting to find and dominate a magical system mirroring his own, instead encountered an integrated structure that resisted standard manipulation. This revelation reinforced Harry's growing understanding that his unique magical development represented not just personal advantage but potentially a model for broader magical evolution, reconnecting traditions artificially separated over centuries. The summer before Harry's 6th year marked a turning point in the integration of his magical identities. Following the Ministry's forced acknowledgement of Voldemort's return, restrictions on sanctuary operations eased, allowing Harry to resume regular dragon training. Dumbledore's personal involvement in Harry's education increased significantly, beginning with their retrieval of Horace Slughorn and continuing through private lessons focused on Voldemort's history and the Horcrux revelation. These sessions provided crucial context for understanding Voldemort's limitations and vulnerabilities. Tom Riddle pursued immortality through the most destructive means possible, Dumbledore explained during one lesson. Splitting his soul multiple times through murder, he achieved a corrupted version of his goal, but at tremendous cost to his magical integrity. "What kind of cost?" Harry asked, sensing relevance to his own integrated magical development. "Fragmenting one's soul fragments one's magic as well," Dumbledore explained gravely. "Each division diminishes connectivity, not raw power necessarily, but the harmonious functioning of magical abilities. Voldemort compensates with extraordinary technical skill and force of will, but his magic lacks the natural integration intact beings possess." This insight illuminated why Voldemort might be particularly vulnerable to Harry's approach. Where the Dark Wizard had deliberately fragmented himself for perceived advantage, Harry had worked to integrate seemingly separate traditions into a harmonious whole. "There's a philosophical contrast there," Harry observed. "His path of division versus my work of integration." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, eyes twinkling. "And that philosophical difference manifests in practical magical differences as well." These discussions paralleled intensive training at the Sanctuary, where Harry worked with Cloudwing on advanced dragon magic focusing on energy perception and manipulation. This training proved particularly relevant to Horcrux detection and management. Fragmented soul containers emit distinctive magical signatures, Cloudwing explained after Harry shared, with Dumbledore's permission, the nature of their hunt. Dragons perceive magical energies directly rather than through detection spells. This perception might help identify these objects without alerting them to your attention. This potential advantage led to collaborative research between Dumbledore and the Dragon Elders, historically unprecedented cooperation facilitated by Harry's unique position. While the headmaster explored human records of Horcrux creation and destruction, the dragons examined their ancient memories for encounters with similar magical abominations. Night Fawn, whose lifespan extended over 3,000 years, recalled witnessing a similar dark object centuries before wizard documentation of Horcrux theory. "The corrupted vessel radiated wrongness that repelled all living magic," he reported. "Dragon fire damaged but did not destroy it completely. The wizard who created it was eventually defeated when multiple magical communities combined their distinct approaches against his fragmented defenses." This historical precedent suggested Harry's integrated magical approach might indeed offer advantages against Voldemort's fragmented existence, potentially explaining why prophecy connected them specifically. Practical application of these insights came when Dumbledore took Harry to retrieve the Locket Horcrux from the seaside cave. The infraregarded basin presented challenges conventional wizard magic struggled to address efficiently. "Sir, may I try something?" Harry asked after Dumbledore explained the need to drink the potion. A dragon technique for detecting magical tampering. With Dumbledore's permission, Harry extended his consciousness into the basin's magic using dragon perception methods. Unlike wizard detection spells that might trigger defensive enchantments, dragon perception operated passively, observing magical energies without interacting directly. There's a switching component in the enchantment, Harry reported after careful examination. The potion isn't vanished or reduced when consumed, it's exchanged with the water from the lake, which triggers the infery. This insight allowed them to modify their approach, still requiring consumption of the potion but with preparations to prevent the infery activation. Though the mission ultimately revealed a fake Horcrux, the experience demonstrated how Harry's integrated magical approach could identify solutions invisible to even exceptional wizard practitioners. The year's dramatic conclusion, Dumbledore's death and the revelation of Snape's apparent betrayal, forced Harry to rely on his unique perspectives more than ever before. With his primary wizard mentor gone and Hogwarts under hostile control, the sanctuary became his principal base for planning the Horcrux hunt. In discussions with Cloudwing and other elder dragons, Harry developed strategies incorporating both wizard knowledge and dragon perception techniques. These planning sessions included Ron and Hermione, who had committed to joining the Horcrux hunt despite its dangers. Dragon magic isn't just about fire or flight, Harry explained as they prepared for their mission. It's about perceiving and manipulating magical energies directly, without the intermediary of spells. That perception might help us locate Horcruxes by their corrupted magical signatures. Hermione, ever the scholar, absorbed these principles with fascination. Like magical echolocation. Sensing disturbances in normal magical patterns. Exactly, Harry confirmed. Dragons naturally perceive these patterns. I've been learning to access similar perception, though less powerfully. It might give us an advantage Voldemort doesn't expect. These preparations, combining wizard research with dragon magical techniques, laid the foundation for the challenging year ahead, a hunt that would test Harry's integrated abilities against Voldemort's fragmented defenses. The Horcrux hunt proved even more difficult than anticipated. After the Ministry's fall and their narrow escape from Bill and Fleur's wedding, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves isolated, cut off from both wizard allies and Harry's dragon connections. This separation forced Harry to internalize the lessons from both traditions more thoroughly, developing independent practice routines to maintain his integrated magical abilities. Each morning before the others woke, he performed dragon meditation exercises to strengthen his magical perception, followed by silent wizard spellwork to maintain technical precision. The Locket Horcrux's negative influence affected all three friends, but Harry's regular dragon mental practices provided some resilience against its corrupting effects. The techniques for maintaining mental clarity despite external magical interference, originally developed for dragon communication, helped him recognize and counter the Horcrux's subtle manipulations. It affects you differently, Hermione observed after weeks of taking turns wearing the locket. You seem able to shake off its influence faster. Dragon mental shielding, Harry explained. Not complete protection, but it helps create separation between the Horcrux's projections and my actual thoughts. This resilience couldn't prevent Ron's temporary departure but likely contributed to Harry's ability to continue functioning effectively despite the Horcrux's presence. When Ron returned and destroyed the locket with Gryffindor's sword, Harry recognized how his friend's conventional wizard background had made him more vulnerable to the type of corruption the Horcrux employed. Their subsequent captures and escapes, particularly the traumatic experience at Malfoy Manor where Hermione was tortured, forced Harry to access his magical resources under extreme pressure. When wandless after their capture, he discovered he could still access limited dragon magic, which operated through different channels than wizard spellcasting. This ability proved crucial during their escape with Dobby's help. When Bellatrix launched her silver knife toward them during apparition, Harry sensed the incoming threat through dragon-enhanced perception and managed a wandless deflection, not completely successful but enough to change the knife's trajectory from a lethal strike to a glancing wound for Dobby. The elf's survival, though injured, represented a crucial divergence from potential outcomes. Dobby's subsequent assistance and intelligence proved invaluable as they regrouped at Shell Cottage and planned their Gringotts infiltration. The Gringotts break-in showcased Harry's integrated abilities most dramatically. Inside the Lestrange vault, when touching multiple objects triggered the Gemino and Flagranti curses, Harry drew on dragon energy manipulation techniques to create a buffer between his body and the multiplying, burning objects. "How are you not getting burned?" Ron gasped as they struggled through the rising tide of duplicating treasures. "Dragon fire resistance," Harry explained tersely, concentrating intensely. "Not immunity, just buying us seconds." Those crucial seconds allowed them to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup before escaping on the guardian dragon's back, a creature Harry couldn't communicate with verbally due to its long imprisonment but could still influence through projected emotional reassurance during their flight to freedom. The final confrontation at Hogwarts brought Harry's magical integration full circle. As battle erupted throughout the castle, he drew on both traditions seamlessly, using standard wizard spells alongside dragon-influenced perception and energy manipulation. The Room of Requirement Fire, Crabbe's accidentally summoned Fiendfire, demonstrated the danger of attempting powerful magic without proper integration of understanding and control. While Crabbe perished in his own uncontrolled creation, Harry was able to navigate the magical fire more effectively thanks to his dragon training in fire behavior and air currents. The revelation of Snape's true loyalty and his final memories provided the missing piece of Harry's destiny, the knowledge that he himself contained a Horcrux fragment, requiring his sacrifice to complete Voldemort's defeat. This devastating truth forced Harry to draw on every aspect of his magical education to maintain composure and determination. As he walked to meet Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, Harry reached out through his dragon connection one final time, not expecting response given the distance, but needing the comfort of trying. To his surprise, a faint impression of Cloudwing's consciousness touched his mind briefly. "Your path is true, Skyspeaker," came her distant thought. "Remember, integration prevails where fragmentation falters." This final encouragement strengthened his resolve as he faced Voldemort's killing curse without resistance. The limbo conversation with Dumbledore that followed, explaining the blood protection, the destroyed Horcrux, and the choice to return, revealed metaphysical aspects of magic neither wizard nor dragon tradition fully understood alone. "Your survival now depends on the integration Voldemort never valued," Dumbledore explained in the King's Cross vision. "He took your blood, creating a connection he doesn't comprehend. Your mother's protection lives in both of you, tethering you to life while he survives." This magical integration, protection flowing between supposedly separate beings, reflected the philosophical foundation of Harry's entire magical development. Where Voldemort sought separation and hierarchy, Harry's path had consistently moved toward connection and synthesis. His return to apparent death, followed by the confrontation in the Great Hall, represented the culmination of this integrated approach. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded once again, it was not simply due to wand allegiance as observers believed, but also because the Dark Wizard faced a magical opponent operating from a fundamentally different paradigm than he could comprehend. The Elder Wand refused to kill Harry partly due to technical wand lore regarding allegiance, but also because Harry's integrated magical nature resonated with the wand's own ancient origins, when the boundaries between magical traditions were less rigid. Like Gryffindor's sword revealed years earlier, the Elder Wand contained traces of multiple magical influences despite its wizard classification. Voldemort's final defeat thus represented not just a personal victory but a philosophical one, integration triumphing over fragmentation, cooperation over domination, synthesis over separation. The aftermath of Voldemort's defeat brought significant changes to the wizarding world, with Harry's unique position influencing developments in unexpected ways. His public acknowledgement of dragon assistance during the final battle, crediting their ancient wisdom and alternative magical approaches, created openings for reconsideration of magical being classifications and relationships. Kingsley Shacklebolt's reformation of the ministry included establishing a Department of Magical Cooperation specifically focused on relationships between wizards and other magical beings. Charlie Weasley, appointed as liaison to dragon communities, worked closely with Harry to facilitate the first official diplomatic relations between wizard governance and dragon representatives. Cloudwing, serving as primary dragon ambassador, brought perspectives challenging centuries of wizard-centric magical policy. Her first address to the Wizengamot, translated through Harry, established principles for respectful cooperation. For millennia, magical communities have developed in isolation, each believing their approach supreme, she stated. This artificial separation has weakened all traditions. The defeat of the fractured dark wizard demonstrates the potential when different magical approaches complement rather than compete. This philosophical foundation gradually transformed wizarding institutions, beginning with education. Hogwarts, under McGonagall's progressive leadership, established an expanded magical beings program, incorporating visiting instructors from Centaur, Merperson, and Dragon communities to provide alternative perspectives on magical theory and practice. Harry's own role evolved beyond the boy who lived or even the man who conquered. After completing his newts, he declined both Auror recruitment and professional Quidditch offers, instead establishing the Integrated Magical Research Institute, an organization dedicated to studying connections between diverse magical traditions. Based partially at the Welsh Sanctuary and partially in renovated facilities near Hogwarts, the institute attracted scholars and practitioners from multiple magical communities. Hermione, unsurprisingly, became its research director, while Ron managed operational logistics with unexpected administrative talent. The Institute's first major breakthrough came through studying the magical properties of objects like Gryffindor's sword and the Elder Wand, artifacts containing traces of multiple magical traditions. This research revealed historical periods of magical cooperation largely erased from wizard records but preserved in the memories of longer-lived magical beings. Wizard magic wasn't always wand-dependent, Hermione explained during a presentation of their findings. Approximately 7 centuries ago, wizards regularly incorporated techniques from other magical traditions. The International Statute of Secrecy not only separated magical from non-magical communities but also accelerated separation between different magical approaches. This historical context helped explain why Harry's integrated abilities had proven so effective against Voldemort, whose magical development had occurred entirely within the isolated modern wizard tradition. His recombination of separated magical approaches had essentially revived capabilities lost to wizard kind through artificial segregation. On a personal level, Harry achieved balance between his wizard and dragon connections. His marriage to Ginny Weasley, who had developed her own appreciation for dragon culture through her brother's work, created a family environment where both traditions were valued equally. Their children grew up with unique educational opportunities, attending Hogwarts for conventional wizard training while spending holidays at the sanctuary developing dragon-influenced abilities. This integrated upbringing produced young witches and wizards comfortable moving between magical communities, without the identity conflicts Harry had navigated alone. The naming of their first son reflected this integration, Albus Severus Potter in wizard tradition, but also given the dragon name, Clearwing, in a ceremony presided over by Cloudwing herself. This dual naming, followed for each subsequent child, established a family practice acknowledging both heritages. 20 years after Voldemort's defeat, during a traditional dragon gathering marking the summer solstice, Harry reflected on the journey that had begun with dragons responding to a child's distress call. Standing beside Cloudwing, now showing signs of her advanced age but still majestic, he watched younger generations of dragons and humans interacting with a natural comfort unimaginable in his youth. "You fulfilled your naming, Skyspeaker," Cloudwing observed, her mental voice rich with satisfaction. "The bridges you built between worlds grow stronger with each generation." Harry nodded, watching his children conversing easily with young dragons, not as exotic creatures but as individuals with distinct personalities and perspectives. "It started with pain," he acknowledged, remembering the desperate child in the cupboard. "But it led to something better than either world could achieve alone." As transformation often does, Cloudwing agreed. The breaking of artificial barriers frequently begins with suffering, but need not end there. In the distance, representatives from various magical communities, centaurs, merpeople, goblins, house elves, and wizards, gathered for the expanded solstice celebration that had evolved from traditional dragon ceremonies. The prophecy that had once seemed to narrow Harry's existence to a single confrontation with darkness had instead opened pathways to broader light, not by fulfilling predetermined destiny but by integrating possibilities no single tradition could have imagined alone. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.